Action, and this is discussion. So none of them, yeah.
Oh, this is it?
Yeah, exactly. Like, sorry. Devil around. Bye now. I'll see you on January 22nd. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny to me that people from here go up there and all our kids go up, but they, so it's a day trip for them. Over away, you know, hour and a half. Yeah. I love Ashley. You want to go to 10 years later. We drove the World's Fair. I turned 45 yesterday. 23. Went to. Really, you on the DO? How would you?
Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year, a little late. And I'm sorry that we started our meeting so late. I know all of you are very anxious for a lot of different reasons. So we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. We now have a public hearing on, I'm gaveling open the public hearing on contract reopeners for the California School Employees Association, Chapter 212, and the Petaluma City Elementary and Petaluma Joint Union High School districts. Are there any comments? Somebody that wants to come forward about the contract reopeners? Okay, seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing. All right, now for the fun stuff. We have recognition of students of the semester from Mary Collins at Cherry Valley.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Cash Evans-Reber, an 8th grade student at Mary Collins School at Cherry Valley. And today, I will be talking about one of the students of the semester and my good friend, Gideon Rankin. Gideon came to the school when he was in kindergarten, and he is extremely smart and talented, and we became close friends because of our shared interests and bubbly personalities. He is an excellent mathematician and coder, and his fondness for board games, even creating his own video and board games alike, which my friends play fondly. Gideon plans to attend Tech High with hopes to become an engineer, and I could see him doing great things and making amazing innovations in science and technology. People describe him as goofy, very smart, very caring, and always willing to help and or try something new. His favorite hobbies are playing the trumpet and chess, with him being a part of the chess club and frequently crushing all of our friends in games of chess. Miss Bailey, his history teacher, says, Gideon exemplifies the best of what a Cherry Valley student can be. He is creative, kind, intelligent, and most importantly, authentic. He is a student who can be trusted to bring his best self to every opportunity, whether it is to learn something new, support a peer, or contribute to a project that helps others. Gideon is willing to take the road that challenges himself, often producing results that truly impress. I couldn't be more proud of the person that he is and excited to witness the person he will become. And as you can see, he's the perfect choice for student of the semester, and I am ever so proud of him. And I am also very honored to be able to come up here and speak with the board members and the community members about the excellency of one of my best friends. Congratulations, Gideon.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Gideon. Can your family and friends please stand so we can acknowledge you?
Hello, my name is Hazel O'Neill, an 8th grade student at Mary Collins School at Cherry Valley, and I am proud to be presenting Charlotte Thomas as the student of the semester. Charlotte came to our school in 1st grade and has made so many accomplishments here ever since. Charlotte is an amazing person inside and outside of school. Inside of school, Charlotte excels at writing and enjoys history. She takes every chance she gets to help out teachers and friends. Her friends enjoy her sarcastic sense of humor and willingness to say what's on her mind. Charlotte's core teacher, Mr. Riddell, has said, Charlotte is extremely talented at her academics. She is thoughtful and has a strong voice in all of her writing. She is also extremely kind and is a reliable friend. She offers to help her teachers and helps to make the lessons successful by sharing her thinking and by stepping back whenever others demonstrate bravery by stepping forward. I was proud to nominate Charlotte to our team, and they all unanimously agreed. Another teacher has said, Charlotte is an exceptionally caring and kind human. She has a sense of humor to balance out her incredible academic performance. Charlotte is diligent, respectful, and genuinely interested in learning. It has been a true joy to get to work with her. When Charlotte isn't at school or at home, she's at the barn. Charlotte works at Monarch Stables where she trains horses. Charlotte has said her favorite part of working there is the overall sense of community it has. Charlotte plans on attending Petaluma High School next year, and later in life she wants to continue to work with horses and compete. Charlotte is clearly an amazing choice for student of the semester. Congratulations, Charlotte.
Congratulations, Charlotte. Can your family and friends please stand up so we can acknowledge you? Excellent job. Okay, so now we have students of the month, and we start out with Kenilworth.
Kenworth Junior High School is proud to introduce January Student of the Month, Ellie Batch. Ellie has been chosen Student of the Month because she is present, brave, funny, and has excellent leadership qualities. Ellie is a 4.0 GPA student who has challenged herself at Kenilworth with advanced English for both 7th and 8th grade. She is also an active participant in drama class and loves the supportive, friendly environment she has found with her peers in that space. Mr. Bean, Ellie's drama teacher, shared, Ellie is a student in drama class that I can always count on to be a leader. She is a talented actress and has even more talented director. With her eye for the big picture and her ability to express her ideas to other students with clarity and grace, Ellie, her work ethic is second to none. And our drama team has excelled with her help and dedication. Outside of school, Ellie extends her creativity at the Young Actors Center in Santa Rosa. Having just completed a play over the break called An Enchanted Bookshop's Christmas, when she is performing on stage, she spends time of gymnastics practice at Redwood Empire. In her downtime, Ellie enjoys reading, spending time with family, doing art projects, and making things. After high school, Ellie plans on attending college and pursue a career she is passionate about. While she is open to all of the possibilities that lay before her, one thing is clear: she will be successful in all that she does. Congratulations, Ellie.
Congratulations, Ellie. Oh yes, take a picture. Can your family and friends please stand? We can acknowledge you.
Hello, my name is Cassidy Carr from Kenilworth Junior High School. Kenilworth Junior High School is proud to introduce our January Student of the Month, Yasleen Diaz Calderon. Yasleen was unanimously chosen by her teachers as Kenilworth Student of the Month because she is incredibly hardworking, a brilliant self-advocate, and one of the nicest students Kenilworth has had the pleasure of knowing. At the same time, Kenilworth chose Yasleen as our Student of the Month. We found out her family is moving. We are also saying saying a farewell and good luck to this wonderful student. Yasleen has been enrolled in English Language Development Level 1 classes for both 7th and 8th grade. While she is new to learning English, she has maintained a 3.94 GPA during her junior high career and has shown a dedication and passion for learning that is inspiring to everyone around her. Mr. Ciccatelli, Yasleen's English teacher, reports Yasleen is an amazing student in English class. While learning the English language, she completed every assignment and worked hard to make it her best work. While I know that she may have the trouble following everything being taught in English during the lessons, she did not let that stop her. Her work was always complete, neat, and organized. I know that she will do well no matter where she goes. She will be missed in our class. Miss Street, Yasleen's math teacher, shared Yasleen is an amazing, hardworking student. She works so hard in math while also learning English. She does not hesitate to ask for clarification on concepts when she doesn't understand and checks it in on work regularly. All of her work is complete and turned in on time. She finished the fall semester with the highest grade out of all of my 8th grade students in Math 8. She has an infectious smile and makes sure that she stops and thanks me on her way out of the room every day. I have been extremely fortunate to have her in class this year, and am sure she will continue to accomplish great things in the future. Yasleen's PE teacher, Miss Martin, says Yasleen is amazing. She shows up every day with the best attitude. Yasleen is so sweet and kind and just wonderful in every way. She is driven and focused in class, always wanting to do her best. She gets shy sometimes when she's not sure what the directions are, but she never hesitates to ask or approach an adult for guidance. Yasleen has helped some of her peers be more proactive and involved in class. I've always gone her best effort in class, and it shows in her grade and how well liked she is by her other students. She checks every box of the cult spirit. She is the sweetest, and we will dearly miss her at school. Yasleen's favorite class is science. As she loves discovering how things work in the world, her science teacher, Miss Crozier, says Yasleen is a wonderful student. She consistently goes beyond what is expected and demonstrates an amazing work ethic. She maintains a positive attitude and is a delight to have in class. I will miss having her in science. Yasleen is not just a valued member in her classes, she is also an active participant in the Kenilworth Crochet Club and the Sin Fronteras Club. Yasleen is kind to everyone she encounters on campus and has been a leader and role model for other students. She is brave, motivated, intelligent, and destined for success. Outside of school, Yasleen enjoys drawing and art, working on her crochet skills, and attending church with her family every Sunday. Yasleen loves being with her family, and while she is having to leave our community before she is ready to do so, she shared that even under the circumstances, she is maintaining a positive attitude because she is moving back to where her older sister lives, who is expecting a baby. Yasleen will always be a part of the Kenilworth family, and it was an honor to have her as a cult. Kenilworth wishes you the very best in everything you do. We miss you. Congratulations, Yasleen.
I just wanted to give a quick update. We wrote that last Friday when we thought it was Jacqueline's last day at Kenilworth, but we just found out today that her family is able to stay here a little bit longer through this month. So we're hopeful that she can finish out her 8th grade year here. And we wanted to make sure everyone knew what an amazing young woman we have.
Thank you. Congratulations. Can your family please come forward so we can recognize you and the wonderful job you've done? So we have Petaluma Junior High School.
Petaluma Junior High School is proud to introduce our January Student of the Month, Gavin Pooley. Gavin was chosen as Student of the Month because he demonstrates excellence in all of his studies at PGHS. Gavin's teachers say that he is conscientious, inquisitive, and focused. Gavin stands out as a leader in his math class. And Ms. Cicchini says that Gavin is deeply thoughtful and creative student in advanced English. Gavin participates in the school band. He is excelling in his recent transition from clarinet to saxophone. Gavin enjoys many things about PGHS, from playing in the band to running track and cross country. Gavin plays the alto saxophone in band and may try wrestling this season. Gavin is excited about the expanded elective offerings in high school. Gavin is not yet sure what he would like to study after high school, but he definitely plans to attend a four-year university after graduation. Gavin's family is incredibly proud of his achievements. In particular, they say that Gavin is responsible, kind, and curious. Gavin cares deeply about doing high-quality work. He is involved in the school community as a member of the band, as well as the cross-country and track and field teams. Gavin is thoughtful and likes to help others. He is interested in geography and cares about staying informed about current events.
Petaluma Junior High is proud to introduce our January Student of the Month, Harper Blaustein. Harper is chosen by her teachers as a Student of the Month because she is an amazing student who works hard and is successful in everything she puts her mind to. Harper is kind and respectful to everybody. Harper is an exemplary student in her advanced math class. Miss Garvey says that Harper is always on top of the material and concepts in class and is consistently helpful to others. Harper's demeanor is polite, concentrate, and positive, making her assist to any group she's a part of. Harper says that she enjoys the staff at PGHS because they care deeply about the students and make sure everybody feels safe. Harper says that she enjoys making connections with classmates and friends, and she always does her best to try to treat everybody with love. Harper enjoys playing flag football in the spring, and she's looking forward to make even more connections with peers and teachers in high school. After graduating, Harper's plans is to attend a university. Harper is also so proud of her achievements. At home, Harper is a quiet presence who makes a meaningful impact. Harper's demonstrates kindness and willingness to help others outside of school. As well, Harper embodies maturity, empathy, and depth in a character well beyond her years. Her family jokes that in the evening, quiet Harper disappears and Roblox Harper keeps the house awake. Congratulations, Harper.
Congratulations, Harper. Can your family and friends please stand? Well done. Next we have Casa Grande High School.
One of Casa Grande's Student of the Month for January is Kevin Hansen. Kevin Hansen is a senior at Casa Grande High School. He's a league champion cross-country and track runner that also maintains a top 10 grade point average in his class. His fastest time in mile is 4 minutes and 32 seconds. He really enjoys math and science classes and plans on majoring in environmental engineering in college. His top choice is UC Berkeley. Fun fact, Kevin was also a Carolina Panthers fan, stemming from watching Super Bowl 50. Unfortunately, the Panthers have not done well since. In his free time, he plays basketball and video games with his friends. Kevin also volunteers for his cross-country and track teams and is currently an assistant coach at the 7th grade basketball team. He also enjoys playing board games with his family and beating them all in Mario Kart on the Wii. Kevin's favorite sport is basketball, and he's a huge Warrior fan. He's also very grateful for this recognition. Congratulations. Yes.
Congratulations, Kevin. Can your family please stand?
Our next student of the month is Miles Nicholas. Miles Nicholas is a senior at Casa Grande High School. This is his 4th year at NASB Student Government, where he's currently senior class vice president. It will also be his 4th and final season on the Casa basketball team, where he has earned his varsity letter and 4.0 GPA scholar athlete recognition. Miles played for 2 years for Casa basketball team and is now the team manager for the varsity boys basketball team. Last summer, Miles was invited to Washington, D.C. to accept the Congressional Award of Gold Medal, Congress's highest honor for youth recognizing voluntary public service, initiative, and achievement. After graduation, Miles plans to attend a 4-year university, majoring in finance and sports analytics. His interest in numbers started for his love of baseball and diving into stats watching his favorite team, the San Francisco Giants. His curiosity in finding meaningful variables and patterns led him to pursue a financial management internship with Wells Fargo Advisors and to take AP statistics, math, and economics and dual enrollment business courses. Miles was also selected for the Competitive Economics for Leaders leadership program. Outside of school, Miles works at Lombardi's as a catering server and likes going to Major League Baseball games, golfing with friends, working out, and playing fantasy football in his family league. Congratulations, Miles.
Congratulations, Miles. Can your family and friends please stand? Great job. All right. Petaluma High School.
Okay. Jaslyn Meja Andrade is currently a senior at Petaluma High. In her free time, she enjoys reading, spending time with friends, and discovering new hobbies. She likes trying new activities because they allow her to learn more about herself and develop new skills. Whether she's trying something new or simply relaxing, she focuses on having a balance between making time for things that bring her joy while staying focused on her responsibilities. Her current academic interest is in the medical field, and she hopes to become a doctor in the future. She is interested in pediatrics because she enjoys working with kids and making a positive difference in their lives. She's also considering dermatology, as learning how to care for her own skin has inspired her to help others feel confident and healthy in their skin as well. Both paths reflect her desire to help people and make a meaningful impact. Congrats, Jazz.
Congratulations, Jaslyn. Can your family please stand and friends?
Alan Sanchez has been at Petaluma High School for 4 years and has one older brother who graduated from PHS in 2023 and a younger sister who attends Wilson Elementary School. He enjoys drawing, playing video games, fashion design, photography, and cooking. Alan has several jobs, which includes helping neighbors and family with home repairs, yard work, and other duties, as well as helping take care of his little sister when needed. At Petaluma High School, Alan is always willing to help out with our Spanish-speaking community by helping with translation. He is also willing to help out the counseling department with giving tours to new students. Alan is very caring towards others and always makes the new students feel welcome. He specifically reached out on his own to a new student from Korea and met him every day at lunch to make sure he felt welcomed and not alone. After graduation, Alan plans on creating new fashion designs and hopefully opening his own online clothing store featuring his creations. He also plans on traveling the world taking photographs of the different cultures and architecture. On reflecting back on his 4 years at Petaluma High School, he is most proud of his accomplishments by working hard and pushing himself to succeed and grow. Alan would like to thank Miss Guerrera, Miss Ransom, Miss Whetstone, and Miss Stoll in counseling. They helped him stay motivated to continue to work and graduate. Congrats, Alan.
Wow. Congratulations, Alan. Can your family and friends please stand? Thank you. Whew. San Antonio High School.
I am proud to announce our January 2026 Student of the Month for San Antonio High School, Kaylee Baraja Cineros. We are proud to recognize Kaylee Baraja Cineros as a Student of the Month at San Antonio High School. Kaylee is a junior who began her high school journey at Casa Grande High School before transitioning to San Antonio in search of a smaller learning environment and an opportunity to recover credits. Since enrolling, Kaylee has shared that she feels supported through individualized attention and values the close-knit school community. Academically, Kaylee has excelled consistently, earning A's and B's while making significant progress towards graduation. So much that she is now on track to graduate early. She particularly enjoys history and Spanish for native speakers, where she is preparing for the SRJC Spanish 1 credit by exam in March and the National Spanish exam in April. Ms. Burrows notes Kaylee has a disconcerting knowledge of Mexican culture and regularly shares thoughtful insights about traditions, religion, and politics, and the beauty of Jalisco, where her family is from. Outside of school, Kaylee enjoys hiking at Hella Putnam Park, spending time with friends, working out at the gym, and helping her parents. After graduation, she plans to pursue a certified nursing assistant program, later earning a nursing degree. As Ms. McGarry shares, Kaylee shows up ready to learn, takes risks to grow, and answers questions that are often too shy to ask. We are confident that Kaylee will be successful in whatever she chooses in life. Congratulations, Kaylee.
Congratulations, Kaylee. Can your family and friends please stand? I am proud to announce our Student of the Month, January 2026, Brian Montoya Perez. We are pleased to recognize Brian Montoya Perez as one of San Antonio's high school Students of the Month. Brian joined our school at the beginning of this year as a junior, arriving after facing several significant obstacles that left him credit deficient. Determined to stay on track and graduate with his classes, Brian made a complete turnaround and has since become a star student. Through consistent effort and strong commitment to his education, Brian's grades and attendance are now among the best at San Antonio High School. His perseverance and focus has placed him on a clear path to complete all graduation requirements on time and proudly graduate with the class of 2027. Outside of school, Brian balances his academics with a job at Home Goods in Petaluma, demonstrating a strong sense of responsibility and work ethic. When he is not in school or not working, he enjoys spending time with his family and his beloved dog Max. Brian also has a passion for soccer, regularly playing pickup games with his friends on the weekends, and enjoys hiking and exploring nature, especially in the mountains. Looking ahead, Brian plans to attend the Santa Rosa Junior College before transferring to a four-year university. He aspires to pursue a career in politics with the goal of advocating for and protecting human rights. Brian teachers consistently describe him as an active and engaged participant in class, as well as a supportive peer who is always willing to help others succeed. With his renewed dedication and positive outlook, Brian is well positioned for continued success and all that he chooses to pursue. Congratulations, Brian. Congratulations, Brian. Can your family and friends please stand? Oh, those are beautiful roses. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. What an you are all so accomplished. Can't wait to hear where you all go. Okay, we're moving on to our site reports from Pengrove Elementary.
Let's get this set up. That like a be a good spot? Just checking it. Yeah, I'll move it. Testing, good. Good evening, board members, staff, and community members. Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Michael Morey, and I currently play the role as principal over at Pen Grove Elementary. And I want to begin by expressing my gratitude. But first, well, my gratitude to the board for your stewardship and your care for our students, for our community, for our staff. And what a testimony it just saw here, seeing these young leaders come in. Wow, impressive. I just want to give another round of applause for all the students. And I also want to take a moment to honor the land that we are on and the original stewards of this land, the coastal Miwok and the Pomo people. We give thanks for your care, for your culture, for your ceremonies, for the way that you have walked on this earth. We offer our gratitude. This year is our 100th year, and it is a very special year because our theme is in the heart of the grove. And just like grove trees have deep roots, we've been focusing on deepening our roots, our relationships with our community, with our staff, with one another, and more importantly, with ourselves. Students have been demonstrating this through our life skills. We focused on respect, gratitude, and now responsibility. Now, while I could share many of the great things happening at Pen Grove and on our campus, the most powerful voices are the students here tonight that I'm honored to introduce. I invite you, board members, to listen through the lens of student experience and student voice. We'll begin first with Miss Layla.
Hello, my name is Layla Marie Bears. I am in second grade. Today, I would like to talk about leadership and responsibility. Leadership and responsibility means helping others and taking care of our school. At Pen Grove, we show leadership in many ways. One way is helping new students. When a new student comes to our school, someone helps them find their classroom and feel welcome. Another way is through buddies. We have buddies and little buddies. Big buddies help feel safe and comfortable. Or big buddies help little buddies feel safe and comfortable. Big buddies learn responsibility because they take care of someone else. We also have classroom jobs. Classroom jobs help our classroom run smoothly. When we do our jobs, we are being responsible. I feel proud to be a leader at Pen Grove. Thank you for listening to Pen Grove.
Good evening. My name is Alex and I am in sixth grade. This is my last year as a Panther, but I wanted to tell you what I love about Pen Grove. It's how we use our imagination, creativity, and our connection with each other. One place I really feel good in is our playground. We have a brand new playground. I wanted to say thank you for the care and resources that went into making it a special place for us. The playground is where we play, welcome others, and feel like we belong. On our playground, we have a buddy bench. The buddy bench is a rainbow bench where students can go to when they want to feel connected or when it feels hard to join a game. As Panthers, we take pride in inviting students from the buddy bench into our games so no one feels left out. Another thing that brings us together is Pen Grove in Motion. Every Thursday, we start our morning together by listening to announcements, celebrating birthdays, and moving our bodies as a school community. It helps us feel energized, connected, and ready to learn. We also have a school play every year. The school play gives students a chance to be creative, work as a team, and to be seen for who they are. It's another way to support each other and grow together. These are some reasons Pen Grove is such a special place to learn and grow. I'm proud to be a Panther. Thanks for listening.
I caught the ball, stood frozen, not sure what to do. Everyone around me was saying, "Go that way, take a step, go, go, go." So I did. And everyone started screaming, "Touchdown!" My name is Annabelle Royce, and I'm in fourth grade. I'm new to Pen Grove. I started last school year. The teachers at Pen Grove always seem to go above and beyond, like Mr. Z. He runs intramurals during snack and lunch. First, we start with a meeting to discuss the rules and how to play. Then we create teams and our team names. I never had played football before, but because of Mr. Z's love of sports and dedication, I scored my first touchdown. We started with volleyball and right now are playing basketball. My team's going to championships. Not only do we get to play games, but we also get to meet new people and learn to play on a team. We cheer each other on and have fun while doing it. Pengrove teachers are the best. They make us feel safe, accepted, and encourage us to try new things. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carter, and I am in 5th grade. Pengrove Elementary School is a special place to learn. You can learn responsibility and leadership skills. Some students volunteer to pick up balls after recess or to pick up garbage after lunch. When I was in TK, I had an older buddy, and I thought that was awesome. Now I enjoy being a bigger buddy just as much. Being a bigger buddy has taught me both leadership and responsibility. My little sister is now experiencing what I experienced in kindergarten. By having an older buddy, she also enjoys it very much too. In grades TK through 3rd, teachers choose 2 kids a week to help bring their whole lunches class to the lunch tables. This is another great way for the students to practice being responsible. These are some ways the Pengrove Panthers demonstrate responsibility and leadership on our campus. I personally really love being a student here because I get chances to grow, help others, and be responsible. Thank you.
That was great.
So I just want to give another thank you to our students for sharing your heart and your voices and giving the board members a chance to see through the lens of a student why Pengrove is a special place. So thank you.
You all did an excellent job. You presented yourself so well. I see you as definitely future leaders wherever you go. It's amazing. Very good job. If your families are here, we'd love to acknowledge you also. Please stand. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God, adult school. I'm so sorry. I love you. Okay, so we're going to have a wonderful presentation by the Petaluma Adult School. Please, everyone, stay so you can hear it.
You didn't forget us. You came.
I'll never forget you.
Thank you, Board of Trustees and Cabinet, for allowing Petaluma Adult School to share a little bit about our program. We serve approximately 2,000 adults throughout Petaluma each year through our range of programs. We are the only K-12 adult education in the county, and we have been going strong since 1912. At Petaluma Adult School, we create a web of connections between each of our programs, and we're proud of the warm handoffs we do to provide vital support as our community members move from one program to the other and find life success. We are here to share a handful of examples very quickly of our diverse programs.
Petaluma Adult School serves 150 high school diploma completion students all across Sonoma County at 4 different sites in Petaluma, Santa Rosa, Windsor, and Sonoma. We currently have 21 new grads, although I'm told in about 10 minutes it's going to be 22.
We are the only typing test center in Sonoma County, and we are free. We also offer MS Office training and computer literacy in Spanish.
We have so many amazing community partners across Petaluma, Sonoma County, and tonight I'd like to highlight a couple of those community partners, both the City of Petaluma and Home First. With their support, we have transitioned 10 PCS families into stable housing.
Thanks to our community partner, First Five, We began offering car seats to families in October 2023. The grant was renewed for this year, and we are happy to be able to continue to offer car seats and installation educations to more families.
Petaluma Adult School educates 150 students to pass their high school equivalency tests. We offer high flex classes in both English and Spanish, and we currently enjoy a 91% pass rate, so we're doing a pretty good job. We have 8 folks who will receive their high school equivalency, and we are hoping to have that number be 11. We'll know tomorrow. Keep your fingers crossed.
Okay, in 2025, we had 7 dedicated community volunteers who came every week to help 13 people in Petaluma become new citizens this past year. So excited about that. And as you may have heard, the test is getting harder, but we are prepared to help everyone succeed who comes through our program.
I wanted to talk to you a little bit about our Know Your Rights workshops.
Hi everyone.
We're
Petaluma
offering
Dole
those
School.
with the support of IIBA, VITAS, Legal Aid, and Secure Families. We are able to offer those on site. We have offered them in both Creole and, of course, in Spanish. We are also offering family preparedness workshops and clinics, one-on-one clinics.
Yeah. Hi everyone, Petaluma Dule School offers the Primeros Pasitos en Pasitos program for children to 18 months to 4 years old and their parents. These programs are playgrounds that focus on providing fun activities to provide school readiness. We are very, very happy to announce that we are creating a new parenting program called Creciendo Juntos. We want to respond to Petaluma families' need. We are focused to empower the parents and caregivers of children from 0 to 4 in the social and emotional development, parent resilience, stress reduction, knowledge of parenting and child development, social connection, and early literacy.
Petaluma Adult School is the local education agency for Bay Area roofers and waterproofers. We have been doing this for 23 years. We just this year acquired and became the LEA, Local Education Agency for Trends Academy, Cosmetology and Barbering. They have apprenticeship programs. They're authorized to operate up and down the entire state of California. And these LEA relationships generate funding for Petaluma Adult School, but more importantly, they help people find their lifelong career connections.
Our community ed program is self-sustaining, and some of our students have taken classes for more than 25 consecutive years. And this is Arlene Burney, our band director.
The Petaluma Community Band has a long and storied history, but it started as the Silver Cornet Band around 1894. Over the next 100 years, the band went through many name changes, along with disbanding and coming back together from the 1930s to the 1990s, until my late husband and I started it up again in the fall of 1996 and renamed the ensemble the Petaluma Community Band. I took over as director in 2009, and today we have a solid band of 55 members with waiting lists for most instruments. Sharon Morgan, one of our first clarinetists, is one of our founding members and has been with us for the past 29 and a half years. The oldest member today is our principal tubist, Jerry, and he's 91 years old.
Petaluma Parent Nursery School is almost is coming up on its 80th anniversary. We serve 20 families currently, and we are very close to self-sustaining.
Okay, we are so proud to offer beginner and intermediate level English as a second language classes. We serve about 150 students in 20 from 20 countries. So when you hear about a country in the news, they are probably represented in our program. And I also want to mention that one reason that our program is so fantastic is because we offer free, high quality childcare during all of our classes. So anybody who wants to study is able to do that without barriers.
Petaluma Adult School is proud to partner with Cal Regional, a company that trains folks for careers in healthcare like the ones that you see on the board. Petaluma Adult School high school completion graduates have the opportunity to apply for scholarships to cover the cost of tuition, allowing them to more easily enter into the workforce.
Good afternoon. My name is Bella Hawkins, and I am the Outreach Specialist for Petaluma Adult School. My main duty is to contact students in our high school completion programs and provide them with consistent support throughout their educational journeys. I also maintain our social media sites, which aim to catalyze community engagement. I am here to make sure that students know someone believes in them.
Petaluma Adult School offer our staff the opportunities to continue their education. Staff members have studied English, obtained a high school diploma, and have become American citizens. PAS also support its staff in taking college classes.
Petaluma Adult School recently reaffirmed its accreditation with WASC in a very smooth process this past December.
Thanks to the excellent work of our Family Resource Center members, Carla Luna Bus and Anna Belek, as well as Catherine Crotty. Catherine Crotty has secured $365,000 in grants with community partnerships this year, allowing us to have full wraparound support for people who are most in need. Last slide. Board of Trustees, what an amazing web of support we offer to empower our community. We are proud of our ability to conduct warm handoffs from each of our programs to get people to the next level of whatever they need with wraparound support. We serve our adults and therefore students and children alike. Our adult students are your students. They attended PCS elementary, middle, and high schools. They have children in PCS middle and elementary and high schools. They reside in our neighborhood. Our adult school uses classroom or district space to offer classes, and we are one of you. We're not outsiders using space. We have our students and they are your students. We have an entirely separate funding model than K-12. Our revenue stream is based on $1.7 million from California Adult Education Program funds, the state of California. And this year we received $148,000 from the federal WIOA, Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, as well as additional funding that comes from being the LEA for 2 apprenticeship programs and other partnerships such as Cal Regional. We are so fortunate to have such a truly amazing community. All of this would not be possible without the work that this amazing staff does. This group of people care so very deeply, and they exemplify going above and beyond to do whatever it takes to serve our community. Thank you tonight for letting us present.
Well, thank you so much. It's an incredibly valued program, and I love you all. And I'll see you in a couple of weeks at graduation. So thank you again. What a program. Wow. Okay, so we're going to take a short break for till about 10 after 7. Hello. All right, are we ready? Okay, so now we can you count these? This is for budget. So we need to add to the 9. All right, going on with our meeting. I have comments from the public on non-agendized items. So this is just public comment for something that is not on the agenda. So I'm going to read our public comment card, and just so that you kind of know the rules, and then we'll proceed with the adoption and approval of the agenda. And we do have a non-agendized public comment that we'll hear. Under Government Code Section 54954.3A, members of the public have the right to address the governing board on any items of interest, providing it relates to the subject matter jurisdiction of the school district. While government code allows speakers to criticize the district's policies, procedures, programs, services, and/or employees, the district does have a policy, BP 1312.1, specific to complaints against employees. Should comments from the public pertain to a specific district employee, the board requests that the complaint first be submitted in writing to the employee's immediate supervisor for investigation. If the comment is about something that is not on the agenda, it will be heard only during the public comment on non-agendized item period, which is now. Once the part of the meeting is over, comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. So I know many of you are here for action items. So we have a time to hear public comment for action items that will be coming up, not too far in the future. The board values public comments, and although we cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, we listen carefully and we appreciate input from the public. Public comments are subject to a 3-minute per person limit or a 20-minute limit per subject matter. Commenters may not cede their time to others. So just so you know, we have several for the budget, which is expected. And so because we have so many and we have to divide it into 20, each we have 15, so you'll have 90 seconds. So if you need to cut down on something that you wanted to say, we still will hear everybody that has submitted a card. It's just going to only be 90 seconds. So that's still a lot of time. And then for the Pride flag resolution, we have 8 people that have submitted cards. So your time will be 2.5 minutes. Okay. All right. I need Jesse Redfield to come up, and you're talking about ethnic study. Wow. I'm sure. I know, I saw.
Teach English at Petaluma High. I was also part of the Ethnic Studies Committee, and I was so very thankful that we were given the opportunity to push for a full year requirement in our district, despite the fact that our state requirement is only 1 semester. I do want to bring it to the board's attention that there's been multiple conversations at site and district admin levels about cutting back to 1 semester, and this has frustrated me to no end. I know we have your support. I wanted to bring it to your attention. Anything we do should be an addition to and not removing from, especially given the climate that we currently exist in this country. Our current teacher, Jessica LaShawn, is doing an amazing job. Her students are going to be working with the McNear, I think, TKers to do an MLK march on Friday. They'll be writing children's books that go to the McNear kids, I think. And And we would love to, I'm sure she would love, and her kids would love to present to you all about what she's been doing. I'm going to admit something slightly embarrassing. Last night on TikTok, at the age of 37, I learned that our gun control laws in California are based on a movement against the Black Panther Party and against the oppressed. And if who I consider to be a relatively educated person and progressive person, learned at 37 via TikTok that this group that I was taught was bad and have had to unlearn. If I learned that and I had to go and I checked in with my history teacher friends who of course know, and were like, of course, why don't you know that? I can't imagine what our kids are getting off of TikTok and not off of TikTok. And so I only hope that in a community where we do have such support from the board, that we continue to actually increase our expectations, increase the amount of classes we offer, and not decrease the expectation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, moving on with the agenda. I need a motion to adopt and approve the agenda.
I move to adopt and approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have an agenda. Now we have reports on activities and correspondence of our school board members. Even though we've only been in school for a week, people have been busy. We have the CASA basketball games, CASA football field ribbon cutting. Yay! Wally's Snack Shack and the Garden Bed Build Day with Regenerative Education Alliance. We have the West Side Winter Concert, the budget advisory meetings, of which there were many. Wildlife Museum final and tour, civics classes final presentation. And you wanted to comment on the civics classes?
Well, actually, I wanted to comment on several things I did. So I want to congratulate, I guess, or name 3 teachers. Cliff Evelyn, who does the band. He's at 3 different schools, and the winter concert was fabulous. Kevin Jackson is the government teacher, and he got people from the community to come talk to his government class, which I did, and it was great. And then they did presentations, and he invited us back, and they were amazing. And then I went on the museum tour, and Shireen Jackson is the teacher there. And I wanted to mention them because our students are amazing, and it's because of our amazing teachers. So I just wanted to mention that. And then I also wanted to thank the Budget Advisory Committee for all their hard work. It was a long process. There were tears, there were arguments, there were okays. And a lot of the recommendations they came up with were supermajority recommendations. And I just want to thank those community members and faculty for giving their time for a very, very difficult conversation.
Thank you. Here, here. Okay. We also had board members go to the McKinley Winter Fest. I'm sorry, can't read my own handwriting. And then the annual meeting of the SCO committee, County Committee on School District Organization. And our student board members, Jessica, do you want to report on yours from CASA?
Yeah, so Casa Grande, I do want to say that Casa Grande basketball is better than Petaluma High. I'm sorry, Paige. I bet your school's amazing. But we did take a win, the varsity team. So I'm very proud of our varsity basketball team. And along with that, we are in a friendly competition with Petaluma High School. Tomorrow is the Youth Truth Survey. And for Miss Noon, if our school wins, then Mr. Napoli, the Petaluma principal, he has to come to Casa Grande in green and gold and serve us hot cocoa. But if Casa Grande loses, which is not likely, Miss Noon would have to dress up in purple and go to Petaluma High. So let's go Casa Grande and do that Youth Truth Survey.
All right. And then Ruby from San Antonio. May I just say that Ruby graduated from San Antonio in December, and she is now in her first week at the junior college, and but we all begged her, and so she's going to stay with us until the end of the year. Thank you.
Well, as you guys heard, I just graduated, so it's been a little hard for me to keep up with everything at San Antonio, but I've still been trying my best to go to school and still be there with them to see what they've been up to. But from the week, I didn't come to our meeting December 9th, so I'm also going to be talking about some things that I wasn't able to catch up. So from December 9th meeting, I was going to talk about our scholarship applications that we have. And those are workshops that we hold every Friday for our students who are graduating. For example, like myself, students in December were able to get their applications done for their scholarships by those times every Friday. And we also had our students in site council, which we were able to figure out. And I'm also going to be involving myself in those meetings when we meet with the students in site council. So I'm going to be meeting with them as well. And then we had our gingerbread staff pick. We got staff pick for our winning. We didn't win a big prize, but it's okay. We still got staff pick. And then I'm not sure how this works too much, but we do have 4 students working with the district technology, and they're working on the department setup on Wednesdays. I'm not sure what they do. I'm not really much about that, but I know they're working with them. And then I was also able to go to the Copperfields meet and greet and meet Dr. Davis, and that was great. She was really sweet. She actually gave me one of her books, so I've been enjoying that. And it was great. It was nice meeting her. And we've also had 13 graduates since August at San Antonio, so I wanted to applaud those graduates. And And I also just went back on January 7th because they did a little ceremony for the graduates that graduated in December. And we also had our, what do you call it? We had like our students of the, kind of like our students of the month for our San Antonio, which students who have a lot of credits or who have a high GPA get their high honor roll. And we had that. So that's what I've been up to at San Antonio.
Wonderful. Thank you. Paige.
I'll get you back with that one. The girls basketball team won by a landslide. Their only win of the season, might I add, so far. So, we had a super strong holiday drive. We filled almost like 15 like huge like garbage bags full of jackets, coats, clothes, food, female products for Una Vida. So that was really rewarding, and people showed up, and that was great. ASB class is going on Friday to a field trip at Casa to train the whole school day on kind of like revamping for this next semester, getting kids involved again, getting the community involved again, and just figuring out ways to like be equitable and include everyone and make like fun stuff like spirit days more enjoyable, everything like that. So that's exciting, and yeah, it's it for the past like week. Yeah.
Yeah. This has been a week. This is amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and then moving on, we have comments from the public on consent items. I got no cards. Okay, there are no comments from the public on consent items. So I need a motion on the approval of consent agenda by consolidated motion.
I move to approve.
Okay, are there any questions or comments about anything on the consent agenda?
Yeah, I was
Excellent.
looking at the overnight field trip, and there's a great trip. They're going to France. My daughter did it with Sarah Wadsworth. But my problem is that it's all parent paid for. And so of all the students that are in those classes, only 7 can afford to go. And I kind of found and I'm really sorry to say this, but I found it very dismissive that, well, they can't afford it, but yet they can sponsor students when they're here. And that just really bothered me. I don't want to say no to this, but it just bothers me that it's only parent donation, that there's been no fundraising or anything else.
Okay, was this the overnight field trip?
Yeah, it's on
Okay,
the-
so it's under action.
I thought it was on the consent agenda.
It's under action and under ed services. So we will
I am very
take that
sorry.
into account. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the truth.
Yeah.
It just really hurt.
All right, any other comments about contracts or? All right, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Now we have comments from the public on action items. All right. So we now have, oh, this is the overnight field. All right, so as I explained before, we have a 20-minute limit, which is really hard when this is a big topic. So I'm going to ask for 90 seconds. You'll see up there that we have a timer. I'm just going by what I received. And we will start. Are we ready? We will start with Eliza Hojiar. Hey, it's great.
Hi, good evening. My name is Eliza Hushiar. I have 2 kids at Cherry Valley Elementary. And I want to thank you for the work you've already done. I know these decisions are extremely difficult. I know it's not easy for anyone. But I am coming here tonight to just highlight the student-facing positions in the primary grades that are on the chopping block, because these are going to have effects on our young kids, as they get older. And I don't know what our financial situation is going to be in the years to come. It could be even worse than now, and it's going to cost a lot more money later. So we've got the assistant principals, the student advisors, the nurse position being cut. I've already seen at Cherry Valley 2 of those 3 positions leave this year because of attrition, and I've watched how that's affected our students at our school. And I really don't. And our school is a privileged school. We know that. So how is this going to affect the schools in our district that are less privileged than ours? Especially I think about the nurse being the first contact for so many kids to notice issues that are going on that have slipped through the cracks. I don't want that to happen to any student in our district. So please find a way. I know it's impossible, but I'm really hoping that we can make some magic here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Tiana.
Hello, my name is Tiana Gresbeck, and I've been a teacher at PCS for 22 years and a parent of 2 successful graduates at Petaluma High. I've had the privilege of teaching at San Antonio High School over these 22 years and working with our alt ed students. I'm here to advocate for our students. As educators, we know that all students learn differently, come to school with a variety of needs, and experience success differently. I am concerned and I am saddened that over the last few years, I have noticed the push from this board and our district to make students all fit in the same box for their educational experience. In my experience, when students come to our sites, they feel not only educational success for the first time, but they come with confidence in themselves. This is not to say that educators and programs at the comprehensive sites don't care or are not doing their jobs, but it is acknowledging that all students learn differently and offering them a different educational pathway to success. I have sat through many district meetings and board meetings where we talked about each PCS student having the opportunity for equity, inclusion, and access. So I implore you not to
30
take away
seconds.
these opportunities for some of the most vulnerable students in our district. These students deserve alternative pathways that our programs offer when they feel equal, included, and successful. They are just as valuable as other populations in our district, and you have the opportunity tonight, as you consider budget cuts, to show these amazing students through your actions that they are seen, valued, and also worthy of an alternative education. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Cavallo.
Good evening. I debated whether I was going to speak tonight. I'm not even going to read what I wrote. I am one of 4 school nurses for PCS. You guys heard from us last year. You know that there's a need. You know that my position was added with COVID funding, and you know that our health needs have changed since COVID permanently. We're expecting more medically complex TK students next year, and we're expecting to do it with less nurses. This week, we're 2 days in. The nurses have had 3 health assistants call out sick this week, and we've covered all of those absences. Agency nurses cost around $100 an hour, and when those agency nurses come in, they're only taking care of that student with diabetes. They're not responding to other emergencies. They're not seeing other students in the health office. They're not taking any compliance. They're just that one narrow scope. So eliminating one nurse and then relying on an agency nurse, you're drastically reducing the services and the safety of your students. It's also going to interrupt the other services that the nurses can offer right now, and the limited amount of time we're allowed to be at our sites is going to be taken. And the primary schools are going to hurt the most from this. I covered the vast majority of the health assistant absence. She was out on leave almost till December this year.
Thank you. Kristen Bianchi.
We actually have 75% of the school nurses are here. 3 of us are here today. So I'm Kristen Bianchi, one of the school nurses here at Petaluma City Schools. I cover Casa Grande and McNair, and I am here to speak upon the nurses and the budget cuts. Students are legally required to attend school, including those with chronic and complex medical needs. In turn, schools are legally obligated to provide the health services necessary to ensure safe attendance and equal access to education. School nurses are required to advocate for conditions that protect student safety while practicing within our professional standards. Reducing nursing staff would directly impede our ability to meet these obligations, resulting in unsafe care. The health and safety of our students must remain the priority. We are seeing a continued increase with students with complex mental health needs who rely on the clinical oversight and expertise of school nurses. Managing these responsibilities with only the 3 nurses would violate standards of practice.
30 seconds.
On the other hand, maintaining 4 nurses provides the district with predictable, preventative, and cost-effective staffing. It reduces reliance on costly agency nurses, ensures consistent coverage across sites, maintains compliance with IEP 504 timelines, and helps avoid costly compensatory services. Retaining the 4th nurse would keep students safe, supported, and learning while preventing the far greater costs that arise when health needs go unmet.
Thank you. Nikki Jackson.
Hi, my name is Nikki Jackson, and I'm a district guidance coordinator, and I help to oversee the mental health program. I'm also a parent in the district, and in the 12 years that I've had this position, I am the lucky one. I get to work with students at all 4 of our alternative education sites. While there is a benefit to each of our sites, the alt ed sites in particular are life-saving. And I know this because I keep in touch with many former students and parents who often tell me about the impact these schools have had on their lives. From high trauma and living in constant survival mode, sometimes struggling with addiction and mental health and not enough community support, to EMT classes and dental assisting classes, veterinary school cosmetology graduates, jobs in law enforcement, joining the military, graduating from UC's, careers in social work, and even coming back to this very school district, we help get these kids from barely surviving at times to thriving. They are so grateful for an alternative lifeline on their path to graduation and beyond. We know that in this time of everything that is a mess right now, that budget cuts have to be made. And we know that we are expensive programs to maintain. But we also know that these kids are worth it. And I ask that you not make the students who are the most vulnerable feel the majority of the cuts. And please consider this your formal invitation to the best day of the school year. Thursday, June 4th at 6 p.m. is the alt-ed graduation. Ruby will be there. Come meet these amazing students yourself. Please hear their stories. You will not regret it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Manthe.
Thank you for providing me a moment to speak and for listening with openness. I'm Lisa Manthe. I'm a district guidance coordinator. I help to oversee the school-based therapy programs in several schools. I provide direct therapy service, clinical supervision, and crisis intervention. I'm a licensed marriage family therapist, board certified art therapist, and I have my doctorate in clinical art therapy. I serve all students in general ed and in special education. I'm humbly asking you to continue to align with the core values of PCS. Those values that strive to put students first and address issues of equity and barriers to learning by not creating vital cuts to school-based mental health. This program addresses student wellness and safety and positive culture on our campuses. This is an act of social justice. Cuts to mental health, such as the LMFT district guidance coordinators and other mental health positions, will
30
directly
seconds.
affect our students and disproportionately affect those who have been marginalized. Thank you.
All right, gotta go fast. Hello, my name is Dave Anderson, and I'm a teacher at Carpe Diem and Stone Mountain High Schools, and I've been there for 11 years. 2 years ago, there was a well-meaning decision to move our designated principal away from our sites, and instead have assistant principals from each large high school cover the administrative responsibilities. I know this time well, as I was given a position to act as the intermediary between the big sites and our small ones. Although everyone involved meant well and worked hard, this experiment did not work. The admin assigned were often caught up in their other administrative duties, and students and teachers rarely got the support they needed in a timely manner, if at all, leading to much confusion, apprehension, anxiety, and stress, not to mention the immense stagnation it caused of program development. During this year, we saw an increase in suspension rates, absentee rates, worsened youth truth survey results, and a decrease in graduation rates. Most of all, I distinctly remember the effect this had on students, including one statement from a student claiming this happened because they were the reject kids. Kids always notice. Now, to my knowledge, it is again being proposed to take away an alt-ed principal. That means a return to the above failed model or having one designated alt-ed principal left to cover the 3 sites that
30
are split
seconds.
across town. I believe it will be impossible for all students and teachers to be properly supported with this model and for the principal to be an effective administrator, instructional leader, and community leader for the schools involved. I honestly believe that alt-ed does more than help kids get back on graduation track. We save lives. I know this because I've been told this. And I urge you to reconsider this cut and to give the LTED task force some time to come up with some alternatives. Thank you.
Brian Palmer or Palmer? Palmer?
I mean, I'll go by whatever.
Okay, Palmer.
Let
Sorry.
the record show. So I'm not up here necessarily to talk about the nurses and the therapists, but go nurses and go therapists also. My name's Byron Palmer. I've got a daughter and a son. They're both at Valley Vista Public Waldorf. I'm sure you could tell by the sweatshirt. And I want to thank you for the time you guys put in and what the budget committee put in to put this all together. I want to start by acknowledging, it's just important to say out loud, many of the parents at Valley Vista Public Waldorf, we understand the situation. We understand that everyone's going to be making cuts. And we're grateful to be part of PCS. And we know they're going to need to be made. But with that context in mind, I'm here to offer a very strong and focused show of support for Angie Sedaris, who serves as a student advisor and is one of the most critical members of our school. It would literally fall apart without her. And I'll never forget the first time I met her. It was at a community gathering between Live Oak and Valley Vista during the charter transition. It was awkward. She wasn't awkward. The meeting was great, but the situation was awkward. You're not awkward, Angie. And make sure you guys write that down.
30
And
seconds.
she
30 seconds.
She looked at me and I looked at her and I said, you got to be in charge. And she looked at me and she laughed. She's like, no, you got to be in charge. And neither of us were in charge. But we laughed. And in that moment, she made me feel, I want to just say honestly safe. And that's something she does for our kids every single day. If you know her, she's absolutely essential. And we need to find other money for her pronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky White.
Hello, board and community. I'm here to thank you and also advocate once again for the school nurse position that is disappointing to see once again put on a vulnerable spot. So I am the mother of a type 1 diabetic child. My son, who's now in 4th grade, was diagnosed in kindergarten. The day after the mask mandate came off, he got COVID. Directly after COVID, he got type 1 diabetes. There's a huge uptick of cases that were caused by COVID. And now our PCS community has a greater number of diabetic kids. Type 1 diabetics need insulin every time they eat. And insulin, if they're not in the right proportions, can send them into life-threatening situations. They need aides to be with them at all times. And, you know, a lot of people think
30
that this is not something that, you know, when our aide is sick, our nurse needs to be there. We need trained health professionals, and that's what keeps our children safe, our trained nurses. And that's what we think of as safety. So I hope that you can reconsider this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Cecilia Vasquez, I'm sorry.
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Cecilia Vázquez. Tengo 2 hijas en Valley Vista Public Waldorf School. Estoy aquí representando a mi comunidad latina y a la misma vez también dando un apoyo a todas las enfermeras y a los consejeros estudiantiles, que considero que son ambas partes muy importantes en todas las escuelas. En este caso, quiero resaltar mi escuela Valley Vista Public Waldorf. Mi apoyo es para Miss Angie porque ella ha sido una pieza muy importante en la unificación de las dos escuelas. Nos ha ayudado bastante en nuestra comunidad hispana. Es la persona que nosotros buscamos más para las traducciones de reuniones. Todos los niños de la escuela en general han sido, ellos buscan los brazos de Miss Angie cuando no están seguros, y pienso que los consejeros estudiantiles son importantes en todas las escuelas. Comprendo que estamos viviendo tiempos difíciles y muchos de nuestros estudiantes, cuando no tienen la suficiente confianza de buscar a sus padres, ellos saben que en la escuela tienen una ayuda extra. Entonces, mi apoyo es para Miss Angie y también para todos los que tienen su puesto en riesgo, que sí son necesarios. Los necesitamos en nuestra escuela, más en estos momentos difíciles. Gracias.
Thank you. I got a lot of that. Michael Titan, Tatar, Titain.
Hey there, my name is Michael Tatone. I'm a tech support specialist with Petaluma City Schools. Just want to give some background. We have had 4 tech support specialists between all of the school sites. We also serve the maintenance department, the transportation department, basically every part of PCS. And our job is to go out and resolve tickets for all the schools and all the sites. We have been down a position. One of our previous tech support specialists has not been rehired due to the hiring freeze. And I just want to advocate a little bit that there are a lot of sites, there are a lot of tickets. We had 449 tickets this last month, and 75% of those are handled by the tech support specialist. So we now have 3 going between different sites. It's a lot of time in transportation. It's a lot of time sometimes to do larger projects, and it can be very difficult with a smaller number of folks. If staff is reduced, it could impact our ability to respond to tickets quickly and to resolve situations where, for instance, the internet's down. We've had to have like our network technicians and our systems technicians taking on school sites, and that pulls them away from emergency situations. So I just wanted to give that a shout out. I know that it's really hard to staff all the schools and all the places appropriately, and I really hope that we don't have to cut more positions, but thank you.
Thank you. Vicky Parks.
Hello, I'm Vicky Parks. I'm an elementary music, and I'm hearing some word that music may be another thing that's going to be hard to fund next year. So I just wanted to speak in support of our music program and why music is essential. Music class connects kids in singing and playing instruments together. They connect with interactive movement and singing games and children's folk dance. After COVID, it was hard to get them to hold hands again, and we're there. Starting in kindergarten, students engage in ensemble work, playing small percussion instruments with more than one part, as well as singing rounds later. They engage in challenging brain work that is at once physical, expressive, therapeutic, and social. One might think that classroom teachers can put on recordings and make the best of things to fill the gap when a music class is not available, but that's far different than a structured music program that builds and grows skills from TK through 6th grade. Some of you might be familiar with the Michael Franti song, Everyone Deserves Music. I agree. Music should be something that is an essential right for every child. For families with means, they can resort to after-school music lessons or dance lessons. For other families less fortunate, their only access to music education is likely to be Petaluma City Schools elementary music program. This is my last year, and I hope that the program will continue on.
Thank you. Thank you. Matthew Saranya? Serenana?
That's correct. Yeah, Serenata.
Okay.
Yeah, so my name is Matthew Serenata, and I am also one of the elementary music teachers for this program. And I was hired about 4 years ago, coming into a program that just came out of COVID. And like what Ms. Parks said, it was a pretty bare looking program at first. And so one of the big things that kind of caught my attention was the band programs in this district. The big thing Mr. Evelyn kind of expressed with us was the deficit in numbers that we faced because of COVID. And like Ellen said, we just saw a great concert. My big focus in the past 4 years has been working on building this band program, as well as teaching the TK through fourth grade students as well, which has been a joy. Like what Ms. Parks or Vicky Parks was saying, there is such great benefits to what we do. The one thing that really sticks out to me is the support for our English learner students. Music programs do serve as a strong foundation for our English learners, as music functions as a language and is taught in ways that closely mimic how we teach language to them. So because that, I've seen a lot of great stuff that comes from these students. I might not be able to communicate with them with words, but teaching them a band instrument, we're communicating in another language of music. Another thing that really comes to my mind is the possibility of losing teams from or members from our team.
25
And
seconds.
with that is we do serve as the base of the music program in this district. And the last thing we want to see is cuts to our team, which will affect the junior high and high school music programs, which we just worked to get a lot of numbers into them. And we just saw some great results from the winter concert. And we hope to be seeing some more positive results, hopefully without reduction in our workforce. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Jesus Contreras?
Hi, I am, sorry about that. I'm Jesus Contreras. I am one of the members of the elementary music team as the third, one of the, and I just want to, just cannot stress enough how much is important for music and stuff in the sense that it is what it reflects our community. It reflects what we're feeling, what we're doing. And it also, when to see when the TKs right down to, in the early ages, what they're doing language, developing their language skills, a lot of it comes from music. Not every one of us in here can recite the alphabet because we sang it, because we were going A, B, C, D. And for some of us older might remember this one too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And that all has to do. That's how I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm just a bill. I'm only a bill. All right, but anyways, I think it's sometimes it's so we don't realize that how much music builds into some of the skills. It is, and when we were like, I had just completed recently it was a little while, but it was a credentialing, and we're talking that they were saying how project-based learning and group projects was the ultimate thing to aim for. I'm like, we've been doing this in music for a long time.
25 seconds, sorry.
And that's one of the things that you don't, it's like as my colleagues have said, is like not only does it develop, for English learners, but it also develops language in general and support. Like, for example, even just getting vocalizations, getting students to learn how to, enunciate things. So like, oh, you do that through music. And so anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent examples.
Yes.
Cecilia, we're going to call Cecilia Vasquez back up because we didn't realize she was going to do her comments in Spanish, and then we'll have a simultaneous translation by Esmeralda Sanchez Mosley, our Student Services Assistant Superintendent.
Hola, mucho gusto. Bien, gracias. ¿Necesita que vuelva a empezar?
So you're gonna need to give more time because
Oh, yeah, and then you get 5
double-
minutes.
Yeah, or
You-
3
you-
minutes, double.
3 minutes, 3 minutes, twice,
3 minutes.
twice as long, yeah. If they had 3 minutes, it would be 5 minutes.
Okay, okay. Okay, perfecto. Okay. Buenas noches nuevamente. Mi nombre es Cecilia Vázquez.
Good evening again. My name is Cecilia Vasquez.
Tengo dos niñas que estudian en Vale Vista Public Waldorf School.
I have two daughters who attend school at Valley Vista Public Waldorf.
Estoy aquí como representante de mi comunidad latina y también de la escuela. Soy presidenta de ILAC.
I'm here representing the Latino community at Valley Vista Public Waldorf and also as the president of the ELAC committee.
Para mí ha sido un poco preocupante saber de que están en riesgo los trabajos de enfermería y consejeros estudiantiles de las escuelas.
It's been quite worrisome to me that the school nurse position and counseling position are at risk.
Sé que estamos viviendo tiempos difíciles, pero es necesario que se siga conservando estos dos servicios. Pienso que es muy importante que estén en las escuelas, pero en este caso voy a hablar un poco más de lo que es importante en mi escuela.
We know these are really difficult times right now, but it's very important to preserve these two positions during these times.
La señorita Angie ha sido una pieza muy fundamental, importante en nuestra escuela, ya que ella nos ayudó para que fuera la unificación de dos escuelas el año pasado.
Miss Angie has been a fundamental part of our school. She was integral to unifying the two schools that came together, Live Oak and Valley Vista.
Actualmente es nuestra consejera estudiantil de la escuela y también ella nos ayuda a realizar las actividades dentro de la escuela, unificando las dos culturas.
She is like a counselor and she unifies the two communities to plan events and bring the community together.
Espero que consideren en que el puesto de ella pueda seguir vigente en nuestra escuela, ya que ella es una pieza que nos ayuda a traducir en las reuniones, ayuda con los niños, cuando los niños tienen problemas, también la buscan a ella.
I hope you will maintain her position because our students look for her. We rely on her for translation.
No nos hacemos sin ella en la escuela. Es una pieza muy importante. La queremos y hemos valorado todo el trabajo que ella ha hecho en nuestra comunidad latina y en general con todos los padres de la escuela.
We can't do without her. She is integral to our school, an important part of our Latino community and the entire community, our students. We can't make it without her.
Espero que puedan tomar en consideración mi opinión y de las demás personas que han tenido la oportunidad de estar aquí para apoyar tanto los servicios de enfermería como también los consejeros estudiantiles, ya que nuestros jóvenes necesitan esa ayuda en las escuelas.
I will hope you will take everyone's comments into consideration, knowing that our school nurse and our counselors and our student advisor is very important to our school community.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you. This is difficult decision. Okay, so we're going to go on to another set of public comments. It's about a proposed amendments to our Pride Flag resolution. So we have 9 people now. So we're going to go for about 2.5 minutes for each person. Oh, and guess what? We're going to start with Jessie.
It's a good thing I talk in front of groups for a living. All right. Hello again. I'm Jessie Redfield. I teach English at Petaluma High. I'm also the GSA advisor and have been for 5 years. And also I want to start by saying thank you for your support in for the LGBT community, because as the teacher who brought The Poet X, which is a book, to our district in 2019, it has changed so many lives. And it's opened windows and eyes and all of those metaphors. In GSA, we celebrate Petaluma Pride in October because it's when Petaluma Pride celebrates, but also because we only have 1 week at best to have our flags and everything up. And the students' joy at seeing themselves represented throughout the hallways, seeing themselves up on TBC, October becomes my favorite month because I get to see them on that. Additionally, In my room, we have not just the Pride and the Progress flag, but I have a variety of identity flags. We have bi, pan, gender queer, asexual, the gamut. If you are ever at PHS in the morning, it is beautiful as the light comes through, all of the Pride flags. And the number of students who walk in and just go, oh, that's me, is innumerable. And it has actually helped many, many students come out to me and tell me like this is their safe place. So I can only imagine that doing that year round at sites would be welcoming to these students. I will admit, when I first put up my pride flags, I was a little worried. Again, given the situation we are in our society, I didn't know what the pushback would be, but I figured if anyone can take the heat, it's the adults. We're there. We make the safe place for the kids, not the other way around. The trade-off is worth it. I've had one student or one parent pull their student from my class because I had pride flags in my room. That child had to tell me in tears that they could not take my journalism class because their dad did not appreciate my pride flags. That made me put more pride flags up. And I do really hurt for that child because she wanted to be in my class. But that's one parent and one student who saw a teacher take a stand. And I can only hope that if we put up something where we don't have to tell kids, we're not afraid, we're here to protect you, they can just internalize that and know we are a safe place for them. Thank you.
Okay. Michael Titone. Michael Titone.
Hey there, Michael Titone, a tech support specialist. I also support the resolution, and I believe that it's really important to, and especially, not I want to say especially right now. It's always been important to affirm people's identities and to stand up to bullies and against hate. And I think it's really important that we continue to do that and not give in when people make threats. That's not okay. That's not a reason to back down. And I completely agree with what the last speaker said. It's important for us to make a safe space for the youth. And that means taking on some risk, and it means that we stand up. So I just want to say those things. And I think that getting all the pride flags back up is just so important. Thank you.
Thank you. Audrey. I'm sorry, Atia. Oh, Audrey. No, you're good.
Hi, I'm Audrey Tia. I am a junior at Petaluma High School. And I'm here to, again, move to continue putting and wanting to put up all of our pride flags. But also, this is not just for, obviously, that's super important, but also I feel like it is just one example of what we should and do for everyone. It is about acceptance. It's about showing people that this is a safe space to be, and that, again, very similar to what the last speaker said, that we are here to support everyone and we do it with openness. It is not a thing that someone has to go searching for. It is something that you walk in a hallway and go, this is for me too. And I feel like if we continue pushing for putting up not only pride flags, but just every bit of representation we can get, it shows a united front again against bullies and people who are willing to tear down students or parents or teachers or whatever for who they are as something they cannot change. And I just want to say that I'm also incredibly proud to be in the community I live in, to see just in general already how much representation and support we have for everyone. But this would just be a further step into what we've already been seeing. And I think it would affirm even more just how much this community loves each and every person, each and every student, and how much each and every student matters to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Audrey. Abby Hatton.
Hello, my name is Abby Hatton, and I'm a parent of a child at Cherry Valley. I'm here tonight to urge you to pass the new flag resolution and to keep the pride flag raised every day. I come to you with a unique perspective. I have 2 children, and one attends a school in the old Adobe School District. This year, our family is managing the challenge of 2 schools on 2 very different schedules, not by choice, but because of the safety and inclusion Cherry Valley provides. It provides a much better environment and fit for my child. At the other school, there's not a single flag, not one "You're safe here" sticker, not one pin worn by a staff member, no pride in the classrooms. The very first thing I heard when we learned about Cherry Valley was that they raise the pride flag every day. When we arrived for our tour, that flag was the first thing we saw, and it was a welcoming beacon. As we walked the campus, we saw love and inclusion reflected everywhere. When I brought my child here for the first time, I showed her the flag flying high on the flagpole. In that moment, I knew my child would be loved. That flag does more than decorate a campus. It tells families, students, and the broader community that this district is committed to love, inclusion, and standing with the LGBTQ+ community. Petaluma City Schools are truly leaps and bounds ahead of other districts. I see it every day, and I fight for it at other schools. And I'm deeply grateful for what you have already done. But we could not send our child to anywhere else and have her be safe and feel this sense of belonging. I'm asking you to keep the flag flying, not just for my child, but for the families who are still searching for a place where their children can be seen and protected. When other parents ask me where to send their children, I always tell them about Cherry Valley, and I tell them proudly about how the pride flag is up every day. Right now, so much is being taken away from the LGBTQ+ community. Visibility matters, representation
30
matters.
seconds.
Knowing that many children will grow up seeing themselves reflected on campus, seeing other kids like them, and that they are accepted is so important for their mental health. While the greater world feels increasingly hostile, knowing the safe space exists gives me hope. Keeping the pride flag raised means more than you'll ever know.
Thank you. Emily Vaquero.
Hello. Hi, my name is Emily Vaquero. I'm a student advisor at Mary Collins at Cherry Valley. I'm also the advisor for Amor para Todos, Cherry Valley's middle school LGBTQIA2+ affinity group. I'm a scout leader for 2 troops, and I'm a mom of 2. I'm telling you this because I want you to see how student-facing all of my roles are. I asked my Amor para Todos students yesterday how it feels when they see the pride flag flying in front of a building they are entering. So I'm going to share with you some of the things they said. They said, "Yay!" It makes me think that I will be supported. Happy that this community will support me. Super welcome. More appreciated. I would feel like this place is inclusive. I might have a really good time there. And the last one is, it makes me feel relieved. I would know I am safe there. These are from students. Our focus must be on the safety of the kids. Flying the pride flag at school represents safety as well as inclusion. Schools should be a place where every student feels protected, supported, and free to be their most authentic self. For many LGBTQIA2+ students, safety is not guaranteed. And the pride flag can be a visual sign that their school is a safe space for them. The flag reassures students that there are adults like me who will stand up for them, because feeling safe is essential to learning. Flying the pride flag doesn't exclude anyone or force beliefs. It shows that our schools value respect, care, and safety for every student. So I'm asking you to please consider the students when making your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Rennie.
Hello, my name is Kate Rennie. I teach science, robotics, and it is my first time being the Pride Club advisor at Kenilworth Junior High School. I want to tell you a short story about the Pride flag at Kenilworth. I am fairly new to Kenilworth, and I love it. And it was right shortly after I started working there that we got a Pride flag hanging in front of the school for the first time. And that was thanks to Renee. And I didn't know it at the time that she was responsible for it. So the next year, I asked the principal, how do we get pride flags in our classrooms? Principal suggested I reach out to Renee. Renee said, yeah, we do that. And so I asked every teacher and staff member who would like a pride flag. Turns out 70 people wanted pride flags that year. So at our school, when you walk around, you probably will see one in almost every space now. Still, every year, I send out the same survey, who would like a pride flag for the classroom. Usually some have gotten taken, some got misplaced. So every year we get about 25 refresh pride flags. So when I heard that there was a question about whether or not to hang a pride flag outside of a school, I got a little bit confused. Why not? Like, why wouldn't be flying a pride flag all the time? And so I looked into it, and it turns out that from my research in the state of California, it's a school board that decides. And I feel really proud to work in the school district. And the reason that I took on being the Pride Club advisor is so there was a safe space for those students. My room is packed every Thursday at lunch. You're welcome to come see the amazing group. And I'm still learning how to be a Pride Club advisor. I say to them like, hey, do you guys want to play bingo today? And most of the time they're like, Miss Reddy, we just want to hang out. They just want a safe place to be themselves. And I think when they walk into a classroom or a space or into a school grounds and they see that they're represented, they feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Bertram and Jasper Bertram.
Hi, everyone. Good evening to the board and to Superintendent Harris. My name is Cindy. I'm a proud Valley Vista parent, also a big Angie fan and a big Lisa fan. So I'm glad that they're here tonight. And this is Jasper. They're up past their bedtime tonight. I want to thank you all for your ongoing commitment to ensuring every student in PCS feels seen and supported. I deeply appreciate the care and collaboration you've brought to this work so far. Especially your long track record of support for our LGBTQIA and Two-Spirit students, staff, families, and community members. Tonight, I'm urging a yes vote on the flag resolution, affirming our district's commitment to inclusive education. One of our district's core values states that diversity is an asset that strengthens and enriches our learning community. To allow schools the choice to fly the pride flag would honor that value. It says clearly to our students, you are safe here, you belong here, and you are seen. This support is needed now more than ever. Across the nation, LGBTQIA+, especially trans youth, face rising hostility. Our response must be to meet this hostility by visibly and courageously embracing our students' diverse identities with love. And we wouldn't be alone in this response. State Superintendent Tony Thurmond has said the Progress Pride flag is a celebration of our diverse community in California. The Sonoma County Office of Education echoes that, recommending that pride flags are an important signal of affirmation and support that foster students' sense of belonging at school. County Superintendent Dr. Carter also reaffirmed that pride flags are important symbols that serve to counter bias and to protect students. My own child, Jasper, when we were talking about tonight, told me that seeing the pride flag lets me know that my school respects who I am. As a community, let's continue leading with courage and compassion to protect students' well-being, safety, and their thriving. Please vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Jasper. Andy Schrader.
I'm not really scared of much. But I'll be honest, as a dad in this political climate tonight, this vote scares the hell out of me. Just having this on the agenda scares the hell out of me. I have a kid at each of these schools, and this agenda item means that whichever way the vote goes, it will be in the newspaper and featured prominently on Nextdoor and other bile-driven social media outlets. There are lunatics everywhere, and pride flags are one of the most effective ways to trigger their hatred. But there was no way I wasn't going to come here tonight. My entire life, we've always looked back and asked, what would you have done in the time of the Nazis? What would we have stood up or fallen down? Would we let it happen again? Today, in real time, we need to choose sides loudly and proudly. Are we on the side of hatred? Or are we on the side of love? Are we on the side of our children and their emotional, healthy future? Or are we on the side of silence and complicity? I love each of the kids at our schools. I love Jasper like crazy. Regardless of who they are, they deserve our love and protection and advocacy, and they need to see that support clearly, brightly, visibly, whenever they need it. Our principals are best situated to know those moments when they arise. So I want you as a board to raise a flag tonight, one whose rainbow colors can be seen all the way across the country, across the Potomac River. Send a clear message to the White House and beyond that every single student in our city schools, regardless of who they are and who they love, is welcome here in Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Sychuk.
Buenas noches todos. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you again. It's Sarah. Not first-time commenter. I'm gonna be short because I already sent you all this letter, but one of the pieces of the resolution talks about having full support of the site councils or an advisory council at Cherry Valley's case, that the administration, the staff, the students, and the families are all around and supporting this. So I'm gonna go ahead and read that right now so that it is in the video and the whatever, and you can get it, and I signed it so you can have a real copy. Dear Superintendent Matthew Harris and school board members, on behalf of the Advisory Council of Mary Collins School at Cherry Valley, we are writing to express our strong support in the amended resolution regarding flying the pride flag on school grounds, to be reviewed during the January 13th board meeting. We would also like to confirm that once the amended resolution is approved, the MCCV Advisory Council will establish a policy of flying the pride flag year-round from January 1st to December 31st on an ongoing annual basis. For many students, families, and staff, the pride flag is a visible affirmation that they are safe, seen, and valued. Consistent year-round visibility communicates belonging and support, particularly for the LGBTQIA+ students who may feel vulnerable and marginalized. Flying the pride flag throughout the year aligns with the district's commitment to equity, inclusion, and the student well-being. It reinforces that our schools are places where every student deserves dignity, respect, and safety every day. We respectfully urge the board to adopt the amended resolution and affirm its commitment to creating welcoming and inclusive environments for all students. Thank you for your leadership and dedication to the Petaluma City Schools community. Sincerely, me, Chair of the MCCV Advisory Council. Since I have 46 seconds left, given that we have so many cuts in front of us right here, right now, and we are cutting safety services, safety net services, nurses, student advisors, the places and the people that make these children feel safe, here in front of you is a resolution that is zero cost, no cost. It's free. It's low-hanging fruit. you can give it to us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming and for speaking so eloquently on both the difficult decisions before us on both budget cuts and the resolution. I really appreciate that you've all been respectful, that your comments have all been very uh, persuasive. You may not really love all the decisions that we have to make tonight. I just want you all to be very clear that none of this is easy for anybody, and nobody wants to do any of it. So, but it's necessary for our district to continue. You've all talked about how our district is a wonderful district, and we provided great support and education to you, to your children, and that's certainly been our goal. So to have that continue, there's some difficult decisions that we'll be making over the next few months. So with that, I'm going to go on to the action items. I plan on moving on action item 16.1.3 on the resolution 2526-26, reaffirming the district's commitment to inclusive education. You're all not going to like this.
Maddie, oh,
Are we gonna wait till we get there or no?
No, I'm going to do it at the beginning.
we're
At the action items, just to say that I want to table it.
oh,
Wait till we get there.
yeah.
Do you want to wait until we get there?
Yeah, so we're
Wait till we get
All
there.
right.
16.1.1.
Do it now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So the next thing on the item is January approval of resolution 2526-21, recognizing the month of January as School Board Appreciation Month. You want to read it?
So, yes, I just, I'll bring this up. This is January is designated in California as Board of Education Recognition Month. Provide an opportunity to formally acknowledge the essential role of local boards of education in advancing student achievement and well-being. Petaluma City Schools benefit from the leadership and governance of trustees who advocate for students, support equitable and inclusive educational practices, and work to ensure that all students receive a high-quality, individualized education. Adoption of this resolution allows the Board of Education to publicly recognize their collective commitment to meeting the academic, social, emotional, physical, and mental health needs of students, and to affirm the importance of public education to the vitality of the Petaluma community. For these reasons, staff recommends adoption of the resolution recognizing January's Board of Education Recognition Month, and we talk about the political times that we're in right now, the challenges of being a school board member, and a volunteer school board member, and the difficult decisions that are before you tonight and every board meeting. So I would love to read the resolution into the record. Whereas California has designated January as Board of Education Recognition Month, a time set aside to recognize the contributions of boards of education and school boards to the academic, social, emotional, physical, and mental health needs of students, and whereas an excellent public education system is vital to the quality of life for all California citizens and communities, and whereas school board trustees advocate for the students in our community to thrive, and whereas local school district board members are committed to students and believe that all students can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual, and whereas public schools serve to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society in an ever-changing world is more poignant than ever before. And whereas the PCS Board of Education is dedicated to improving access to inclusive, equitable, high-quality education by helping create thriving learning environments for students. Now therefore be it resolved that Petaluma City Elementary and Petaluma Joint Union High School District's Board of Education does hereby adopt this resolution to recognize January as Board of Education Recognition Month. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve, although it feels really weird to do it.
I know. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the resolution is passed. Now we have the approval of resolution 2526-22, recognizing the month of February as Black History Month. You want to read it?
Okay. Does anyone else want to read it, or I'm happy to do it.
Ellen will read it into the record.
Always forget that. Whereas Black History Month is celebrated every February as a tribute to the achievements of Black Americans who have shaped American history from 1619 to the election of the first Black president and vice president of the U.S. of America in 2008 and 2020, respectively, and beyond. And whereas Black Americans have played a pivotal role in the history and shaping of America, and their contributions should never be understated or marginalized. And whereas Black Americans have been pivotal in the creation of a massive number of inventions and are recognized for achievements in education, social services, public safety, health, business, fine arts, entertainment, science, politics, law, engineering, and technology. And whereas Black Americans have continually enriched and contributed to our society through their longstanding commitment to resilience, justice, equality, civil rights, and economic and social equality for all. And whereas Black history is a part of American history, and as educational leaders, we have responsibility to educate students about the role and contribution of Black Americans in history throughout the entire year, including embracing aspects of Black American history that are all too often ignored. And whereas the History Social Science Framework for California Public Schools, kindergarten through grade 12, states that the history curriculum of community, state, region, nation, and world must reflect the experiences of people of different racial, religious, and ethnic groups and must be integrated at every level. And whereas the Petaluma City Schools Board of Education recognizes that each student needs an opportunity to understand the common humanity underlying all people, to develop pride in their own identity and heritage, and to understand, respect, and accept the identity and heritage of others. Now therefore be it resolved that Petaluma City Elementary and Petaluma Joint Union High School District's Board of Education does hereby adopt this resolution to recognize Black History Month, honor the contributions of Black Americans, support the educational attainment of Black students, and support the professional success of Black staff members. The foregoing resolution, I don't read that, do I?
I move to approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, the motion passes.
So the next steps will be to send this out to school sites and have our schools celebrating February as Black History Month, and our print will be sharing this with our principals, of course, as well, and community.
Okay, so the next action item is 16.1.3. And now the reaffirming the district's commitment to inclusive education. And I am making a motion to table the action item.
Point of order, the other two resolutions get to be read into the record and we can't even entertain a
I'm
discussion
not
on this
saying
one?
you don't have to. I'm just saying if we're tabling it, it has been It has been on the website. It's on the agenda. It's posted. Do you want to read it first?
No, I want to discuss it because it's on the agenda.
Okay, well, I'm asking to table it until May. You can vote no. I'm making a motion to table the resolution until May, when we consider renewing our 2025 resolution, which is 2425-60, that declares June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, beginning on May 22nd, Harvey Milk's birthday, and ending June 30th. It was passed unanimously in May 2025.
Okay, this is
Since
longer
the
than a
proposed,
motion.
I'm making a motion.
To be a second.
I'm making the motion.
This is a very long motion.
Since the proposed resolution amends the existing resolution, the appropriate time to bring the revisions forward would be when we consider reaffirming the 2025 resolution. In addition, it will give staff and board members time to consider the impacts of amending our existing resolution and give the district time to create board policies and administrative regulations that will define the process by which these amendments would be implemented. These can be brought forward at the same time as the revised resolution. That's my motion.
I'll second.
I have a point of order.
Now we have
Um,
discussion.
Caitlin, when did you initially make the administration aware of this potential resolution?
I've been talking about this issue with Matthew since like October,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
I think.
And I think we brought it up as future business at the last meeting.
Did you have a follow-up to that, Brian, or? Okay. I just have concerns about the revisions. I know we talked about this, Caitlin. Some of the revisions to it, like the opt-out policy. I feel like we have a very strong opt-out policy already that we all fill out during data confirmation time. So I guess I would want to know also, along with when we bring this back, what specifically is our opt-out policy, and making sure that it does not target any specific student group. Because that's what it feels like here. It's saying that we are doing that. I just want to make sure we're not, because I'm signing off on it every year, and I'm pretty sure I'm not signing off on that part of it, of children like opting out of a specific curriculum. And also the part about the school site council. I don't know how I feel about that, because that last part, be it further resolved, feels like a policy change. And typically a policy change has a board policy and administrative regulations brought with it. So I would want to know specifically when we're talking about school site council, superintendent designee, which I assume is principal, like what is the process for that? School site council brings it forward. Is it unanimous? Is it brought forth every year? Is it majority, etc.? I don't think anyone's talking about taking pride flags down anywhere. I mean, people said that they see them all over the school, some versus other districts where they're not anywhere. We're not talking about taking anything down, but I would just want really clear guidelines about that, especially because that does feel like a policy change, and typically that's done differently. So I'd want that brought back with a policy, potential policy change with the parameters. Forgot what else I was going to say, but that's what I'm thinking for now.
Just as a point of clarification, when we passed the initial one, I was explicitly told that school sites would never be ordered to take their pride flags down, and that has not been the case. That has not been the case, so I feel extremely lied to.
During that time period?
No, I was told that a school site would never be instructed to take a pride flag down, even if it was flying outside of those days. I remember that conversation specifically in that room with Sheldon and Matthew.
I don't. Right, so I think this is, we're having a discussion now. I think this is why it's also important for us to be very clear about all of this and have it be specific. Because I think typically the resolutions pertain to all schools, and this feels site specific, which is fine in theory. But I mean, we're only gonna be on the board for another 11 months. If we want a policy change, I think it needs to be stated and codified in policy so that everything is clear, because like, I don't know if this is what you're getting at, Ryan. I had not heard anything about this until we started getting emails about this. And a lot of different things were being said in the emails. And I just want to make sure there's a clear understanding of what's happening and what's not happening. Of course, I understand representation because I am underrepresented, even in this room. I don't see anyone else that looks like me. So, I mean, of course, I would love more representation. And yeah, that's all.
Another discussion?
Yeah, I want to put on the record that I am in strong support of this resolution. I'm in strong support of allowing each school site to pick certain dates to fly the pride flag in coordination with the school site council, with the superintendent. I think it's a pretty clear and does not need specific regulations on how to execute or implement. I think small school, design decisions are made all the time, and there's a freedom to allow each school to, yeah, I mean, I think represent their community and their values, and to recognize, important moments in time and in history, just today. And I think this also is pertinent to this moment in time. The current administration, the current climate is attacking minorities and attacking values that have not been etched into stone. It was 10 years ago, only 10 years ago, that all members of this country, whether gay, straight, transgender, were given the right to marry. 10 years. Today, the Supreme Court was hearing cases on transgender rights in schools. And it seems like they are going to start rolling back the clock on rights. I think it is time sensitive. I think it's pertinent to bring up and to support all members of our community. So maybe it's not May if we do need some specific additional language or clarity. I would ask that it's brought back sooner than that, but I'm fine with moving forward with it today.
I just wanted to say that one of the reasons that we created the resolution in the first place was because there were some real problems at different sites when some people really wanted to have the pride flag flown, and other people, other parts of that school's community did not. And there was a real conflict, and the staff and the principals were kind of trapped in the middle, and they needed to have a policy. They needed to have a resolution so that to guide them. So this is what we came up with. And I'm certainly not opposed to the resolution. I just want to make sure that it doesn't create more of that conflict and put our staff and sometimes our parents in a very difficult position. And in terms of whether or not to fly the flag at different times. Also, as most of you know, there was a threat of, execution specifically, that was directed at us and specifically one of our staff members because of the pride flag. Now, I'm not somebody who would want to cave to that. On the other hand, I don't want to put our staff in any kind of risk. So I just want to make sure that the first time I saw the resolution was a few days ago. I just would like some time. It doesn't have to be May. We can amend my motion. But I need some time to make sure that the same problems that existed before don't happen again. That's my feeling.
And to be clear, I can't talk about it with all of you because of the Brown Act.
I
The
know.
Brown Act is why
I
we have to have
know.
it to talk
I
about
know.
it.
I couldn't talk to you about it.
And to be clear, I don't feel like I've been supported with this resolution at all until I finally forced it onto the agenda. Even if you look at the other resolutions on the agenda, it says approval of, and then mine is consideration of, like you're setting it up to fail. I've never seen it say consideration of until now. So it's these little things that make me really hesitant to accept any amendment to table it. I mean, if everyone needs it to be tabled a month, that's fine by me, but then I don't really have words. And we're operating out of fear. We're centering the views of the people full of hate and fear. We're not centering the feelings of our students and our teachers and our staff and our families. And yes, the death threat was terrifying. I'm not going to pretend that it wasn't. I'm the openly queer board member. Like, I take it very seriously. I cried in the closed session about it. But no one once, when that death threat was happening, suggested taking the flag down, because we know that flying the flag is not the problem. The hatred and the fear are the problem. So yes, we can get all finicky about all the administrative regulations. We can take our time with that if we really need to. But I don't understand why we can't, at least in the meantime, make a resolution that affirms our support. Even if it has to be tweaked, that's why it's on the agenda, so we can tweak it if we need to. Just outright going straight into tabling it. I even had a whole speech written up, but I'm not going to bother with it now. You all can vote to table it, and then we can see where that lands.
I mean, I haven't said anything that centered the fear of any other person at all.
Yeah.
So I just want to make that clear. I did say so our support is not going away. I want to have time for our site administrators and for us to understand what our site council, what it's going to be. Sorry, I'm very much about logistics. I want to know if site council proposes it and there's 5 people that want it and 3 people don't, or 5 people that do and 7 people that don't. I don't know. Then what do we do? Then do we say no? Do we move forward? Never did I say to center the fear of anyone. I'm sorry. Once again, I'm the only Black person in this room. I live with fear every single day, and for my children as well. So I don't need that affirmation either. I don't need that. What I want just to say very clearly is this is not taking away our support at all. Because what I do see, like someone else said, I see pride flags. I was at McNear Day. I see pride flags on every school campus in most classrooms. What I don't see is Black faces, Latino faces, Indigenous, Asian. That's what I don't see. So I've never said to center the fear of anyone. That's not. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
Since like Ryan said, it's in the paper. Somebody said it's going to be in the paper. I just want to make it clear. I'm not centering the fear of any person ever.
I'm also concerned if it's not codified that we have a new school board who overturns it. I would like to see it so that it is part of a board policy rather than a resolution, so that when we have a new board, which we will have in less than a year, that they will not then overturn it. overturn both of them, this one or the one that recognizes Harvey Milk and Gay Pride Month. So I would rather see it as a board policy.
Call the question, although I would like to amend my motion to, would the end of February give you enough time? So is that the 27th, 24th, February 24th?
Also, is it possible to change it from a resolution to a board policy?
February 24th.
Matthew?
Well, it sounds like we have to create a policy that go along with this. I also want to uplift Caitlin. Sorry, that was not
No.
percent directed at you, but to be fair, sometimes things do take a while when they're brought forth later. So I understand you're concerned about it not ever being brought back. So I just want to acknowledge that.
I want to bring it back, but
I want to bring it back.
I want it to be a board policy rather than a resolution.
Yeah, and I apologize, Caitlin, for that feeling. I think when I read when I read the resolution, right, it's very clear. And part of the issue for me is we have a resolution that's very clear. Every single school site. What was happening in the past is some sites are flying it, other sites are not flying the flag, right? So you have this difference between some sites. Well, I'm sorry, but there are LGBTQI plus students at every site, not just at some sites. And so when you have so you can have a site council that says, we want to fly it every single day. Okay, then that's on that site. And then you've got another site that's not flying it at all. The resolution that we have currently is very clear. May 22nd to June 30th, every single site is going to be flying it. This has nothing to do with pride flags in the classroom or signs or symbols. It's the flagpole out front of the school. That's all we're talking about here. And so either we're one united district and everyone does the same thing. The district office from May 22nd to June 30th is flying the pride flag. Every single school site across our district, from Casa to Pengrove to Grant, is flying it. And if someone has a problem with it, they're going to come to me and I'm going to say, here's our board resolution. This is what we're doing. If we start to differentiate, which I'm not saying is the end of the world, then it's the onus is not necessarily here. It's on the site council, it's on the principal. And so you start to see these differences in our school when LGBTQIA plus students are in all of our schools. And so we are one district. So we should be supporting saying, hey, this is what we do. If the resolution is fly the pride flag every single day at every single school, okay, then you've got this sort of a uniform policy. It's not about, do we support and affirm students? Yes, we do. And the question becomes, how do you do that in a district with multiple sites and district office and transportation? We fly it in every single one of our buildings the same, just like, and we wouldn't say, well, we fly it here, but we're going to fly it at Casa, but not at Petaluma High. That's not what we do. We fly it every single site. So again, it doesn't have to be uniform throughout. I'm not saying that. If we want to create something that says, and a school site council can do this, fine. But just realize that there are LGBTQI plus students at every single site. And so I want to make sure that it's not just some students see that and come to school and say, oh, I see that. Some of the speakers that spoke about, oh, I come here and I see that sign and I feel welcome. What about it? All the sites. And so that's the only concern that I want to raise. Not about whether we do it or not. It's how we do it as a united district. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm amenable to an amendment that would fly it every day. I never thought that would pass, so.
And I would just like to say that it's
or the month of October with the month of October and the month of May. I mean, those, like, then you say, great, we do it at every single site. This is how we do it as a district. This is the way that we're doing it. Or I don't know. There's a lot of ways you can do that. So sorry, Joanna.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying, as when I was president, when people would come to me mad about the pride flag being flown, I could be like, here's our board policy. It's June. Hello, like it's Pride Month. I even had people come to me, Black parents, who didn't want us to recognize Black History Month. Well, here's our resolution. It's June. Sorry, it's not June. What month? February, whatever. It's Black History Month. And so I just think having the strong resolution with very clear, but then if someone comes to me in September, why is this school flying the pride flag? I'm like, I don't know, Melissa, why y'all flying at McNair? Let me see your school site council. No, it's just, it makes it more difficult because again, we're not going to be here in a year. And I just think the clearer we can be, the better if we really want to protect and represent all students. That's
At all sites.
Okay, we need to call the question. We have a motion on the table to table. Consideration of resolution 2526-26, and then I amended it to February 24th. Do I have a second on the amendment? A second. Okay. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
opposed.
Nay.
Okay, 3-2.
So
Alright.
can I just be clear on what the amend, so you're asking it to come back February 24th with a clearer resolution with
That's what I meant.
Date,
Does that give you
or
enough
is it a
time?
policy or what?
I think it, just, that's why I was wondering if February 24th was going to be enough times to
we
develop
could-
something like that.
We could bring it back on the 10th if we want to just change the dates and say, for example, you add, we work with Jesse Redfield on, okay, is it the month of October that you want to add in? Do we want to add in dates, or do you just want it to be year round, every site? Do you want it to be, I don't know, what do you
I
want
want to
that to
see a
look like?
board policy
May I
that
s-
codifies that we're going to fly it, or schools are able to fly it year round.
So in other words.
And how is that determined by school?
So in other words, everyone is flying it from, I'm just asking the question. Everyone is flying it from May 22nd to June 30th, plus any school site council can vote by majority, super majority, however we want to frame it, to fly the flag during certain times, year round. They can decide. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, if it's policy, it has to be brought back for a first and second, right? Just so we have time to determine what's best. Just for myself, if it's for specific times, like you're saying, October and then May 22nd through June 30th. I don't know how I feel about it being like, oh, someone was bullied, fly the flag. That feels performative instead of like a substantive school climate change. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do performative stuff, but I also want to make sure that we're honoring certain months as well. So that's just my 2 cents. That's why I think having it in a policy with the specifics is better. Or whatever we decide.
I think it seems more divisive to let schools decide. I know the climate of some Petaluma High parents, and I can see it being a very big deal if Petaluma High, for example, was the only school flying the flag. And then I can also see costs of flying it and us not flying it because we're getting death threats to our teachers. And that just seems way more divisive than just having a very clear, everyone does it every day, everyone does it in May, you know?
May I suggest that Caitlin work with someone from the majority on the motion with Matthew to clarify these topics or these dates, and we bring it back on February 24th?
Okay.
Yeah.
Jessica, what do you think?
Personally, I took a class last year and it was full of LGBTQI2+ students. It was very eye-opening seeing the struggles that they go through daily and about the bullying, about the students, about how harsh their lives are every day. I think we do definitely need to have the flag up. I think Gen Z is such a good generation. We need to, and Gen Alpha, they need to learn that this is normal. This is who people are. This is love. And I don't think we should hide that. I don't think that should be a touchy conversation. It should be a conversation for all ages and for everyone. And I do not think we should be hiding that whatsoever. So let the flag fly.
Okay, so then we will have one of the majority work with Caitlin and Matthew on policies and, you know, that whether or not we're going to go forward. I mean, we will,
Yeah.
with the resolution, we're going to have it just on certain months, every day. How do we want to do that? And then policies to go forward, if we're going to have it site council based. Yeah. Does that make sense?
It'd be great to have some a couple of student board members as well join us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. I need a break. We're breaking for 5 minutes.
All right.
We're a very lively group tonight. I'm calling the meeting to order. I'm calling the meeting to order. Can everyone please be seated? Thank you. Okay, we're continuing with our action items. 16.2 Business Services. Point 1, approval of capital facility contracts for January 2026. All right, Amanda.
Thank you so much. Tonight, we bring forward contracts specific to capital facilities, which a few months ago, we moved to action items. I do want to point out everything that is listed as these contracts. We're using restricted facilities funds that are only for those allowable uses.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions about the capital facility contracts? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. The motion passes. 16.2.2, approval of resolution 2526-23 of the Board of Education of the Petaluma City Elementary and Petaluma Joint Union High School Districts of the County of Sonoma, State of California, regarding accounting of developer fees for 23-24 fiscal year in the following fund or account: Capital Facilities Fund, Government Code Section 66001D and 66006B. Would you like to explain that?
Yes, thank you. This is an annual report on how we have spent our developer fees in the previous year. Developer fees are fees that are levied on reconstruction and new buildings that are over 500 square feet, with the thought that if building is happening in a city, that there will be a greater need for schools either adding to schools or rehabilitating them for new students.
Thank you. Any questions about this?
So-
Yeah, Ellen.
What I read, and I'm not very good at this stuff, but so the developer fees have been covering a lot of our portables, yes?
Yes.
So we don't have to use bonds for that because we've got this.
Yes, developer fees are being used for interim housing as we build new housing.
Thank you.
School housing, sorry.
Yeah, I was going, we have housing? I'm so happy. All right. Any other questions? All right, I need a motion.
I move to approve.
I'll second. Oh, sorry.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Okay, we move on to 16.2.3, acceptance of the Petaluma City Schools Independent Annual Financial Audit Report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025.
Great, thank you. Tonight we bring forward our audit for that has been completed by independent auditors. Once accepted by the board, our unaudited financials become our audited financials. I do want to point out, though, we've seen a lot of progress from previous years that were brought up as flags. We did have a couple of findings this year. One finding we had in our procurement for some of our non-public school contracts, we do use federal funds, and what we need to do in order to decide on what the non-public school, how we're going to get that, and federal procurement do look a little different. Generally with federal procurement, you get 3 quotes, and that's not something, it's not generally how we decide on how we're going to go, our students are going to go to non-public schools. So it's not a financial finding, but it did come up as a finding. Another finding that we received was on our attendance accounting for the year. It was to our advantage. We are continuing to work on our attendance procedures and what that looks like at the sites and reporting here at the district office. So we did end up with a little bit more ADA once attendance was pulled. Yes. Very small amount. And then we did receive a finding last year, our LCAP annual update, which needed to come in February, was not presented to the board until March. So that was a finding. It was not a financial finding, but that is something that the auditors will look at in our current year. Anything that was a finding the year before could become financial and material if it's practice that continues. So we've worked with all of the departments to ensure that we have plans in place. So anything that we were audited on does not happen again. And I did leave one off. We do have one more. We did receive a finding in our ELOP program for not offering full instructional days. We need to do a 9-hour day. And last summer for transportation, our buses ran at like 8 hours because that was when the staff were available. Luckily, because we're still in the fiscal year, we are able, because we have summer on both sides, we can make those days up in this year, and we will clear that.
Thank you. Very understandable and thorough. Okay. Any questions or comments? All right. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
A second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Oh. Okay.
Always a good way to start.
Yeah.
Action item.
All right, 16.2.4, approval of resolution 2526-25, affirming commitment to implement budget reductions identified for fiscal year 2026-27.
So I want to start off, we'll start off by framing the kind of the process that we're in, and then I'm going to invite Amanda to finish up, to do the large majority of it. The recommendations before you tonight are not driven by desire. I want to be really clear about that. They're driven by necessity. This is not something that any of us want to be doing right now. It's what we have to do. If anything, we should, in our schools right now, we should be talking about adding support for students. Their needs are increasing, as you heard tonight from many speakers. They're increasing needs, not shrinking. These potential reductions are very upsetting, and I know many of the amazing people that came and spoke tonight, and these types of reductions and eliminations pit critical programs like music and the arts against nurses and LMFTs and all critical programs and people that are in our budget. Even as we all long to move beyond the pandemic, the reality is that we continue to face a mental health crisis, ongoing physical and emotional health concerns at our sites, and a persistent opportunity and achievement gap. Yet the state and federal funding required to meet these needs is not keeping pace, and the one-time pandemic funds that temporarily helped us bridge the gap are now gone. These are terrible budgetary times for public schools. On one hand tonight, and this is what I shared with Budget Advisory, on one hand, we have bad decisions, and on the other, we have worse decisions. The worst decision is that we are not fiscally solvent. And I'm sorry to put the 5 of you in this position. To give a little bit of a larger context, I think the truth is simple and stark. School districts are not funded at a level that matches the expanding role we are expected to play in our communities. Every year, more is asked of our teachers, more is asked of our staff and our administrators, our schools, and our district. But the resources do not match those expectations. To put it in concrete terms, we currently contribute over $7 million from our general fund to support special education. This is obviously necessary and something that we are happy to do, but it highlights the fact that we are not adequately funded. As a school district under the LCFF, the local control funding formula, we receive $17,900 per student. Meanwhile, some of our neighboring basic aid districts, those with higher property tax bases per student, receive dramatically more. St. Helena, $42,500. Healdsburg, $40,000. Shoreline, $34,500. Mill Valley, $27,400. Miller Creek, $24,600. We run a tight, responsible budget, but we don't have the same per pupil funding that these other districts have. 5 years ago, I predicted we were going to be in this position when we started to receive the one-time funds. The positions that we've added have become invaluable, as you've heard tonight, to our students, staff, and schools. We eked it out for 5 years, and now the funding's gone. Many positions funded with those one-time dollars have already been eliminated. The board has taken action over the last few years to eliminate many of those positions, but at the end of the day, we have to operate within the funding provided by the state and federal government. People are feeling out of control right now, and it's human nature to look for someone to blame. I understand that. These reductions are painful. They represent people. They represent support for students, and eliminating them is going to have an impact on our students, our staff, and our community. There's no way to soften that truth. But this is not a crisis unique to Petaluma City Schools. As we look at some of our surrounding districts and you read the newspaper, Santa Rosa, Rincon Valley recently moved into negative budget certifications. Rohnert Park is preparing reductions similar in scale, $5 to $6 million, and Sonoma Valley has closed a school and is facing significant financial strain. Everyone is going through this pain, unless you're a basic aid district, maybe. It's a statewide funding problem for education, not a local mismanagement problem. One essential role of the school board is fiscal oversight. The county gives school districts one of 3 possible budget certifications: positive, qualified, or negative. The county has just recently informed us that we now have a qualified budget. That means that they are requiring a detailed plan showing how we will make the necessary reductions to remain solvent. So let me be clear, making the reductions is not an option, it's a requirement. It's our legal and ethical obligation to act. Failing to act will lead to far more severe consequences for our students and community. I want to acknowledge the disappointment many feel after Measure I. We went out, the board asked us to go out for a parcel tax. Despite receiving 64% of voters saying that they wanted to tax themselves, it fell short of the 67% threshold, which is heartbreaking. The passage of Measure I would have brought in approximately $3 million per year, which would have put us into a very different reality right now. But it didn't pass, so we have to accept our current reality. Over the past few months, the Budget Advisory Group, representing teachers, classified staff, site, district administrators, community members, met 8 times. 2 board members sat in as observers, 8 times for many hours. These were not easy meetings. They were thoughtful, rigorous, and often emotional. The group wrestled with the complexity and weight of these decisions, always centering our district goals around district goals and what's best for students. Their service reflects the very best of this community, and I want to thank them sincerely. Members of my team and I reviewed the Budget Advisory's recommendation and support this recommendation. I want to be clear about the process. This moment marks the board's first look at the Budget Advisory recommendation. It's a first look. It's not we're voting on this tonight, where it's a resolution that we're going to. It'll come back to the next meeting or a February meeting. After discussion from the board tonight in any direction, an action item will come back in a February meeting. Lastly, the next steps for Budget Advisory will be to discuss and prioritize what positions we would recommend bringing back if we receive additional funding to share with the board. So if there's additional one-time funding, how would we bring positions back in a sort of a structured, prioritized way? So at this time, I want to invite our Chief Business Official, Amanda Bonnevert, to stay seated because it's going to be a long presentation, to present the recommendation from our Budget Advisory Committee that we discussed as a cabinet, and I'm endorsing to to share with you all tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So tonight, I do have a presentation prepared. Generally, I know I generally do the whole presentation and then we discuss it at the end, but this is going to be broken up into 4 parts and I think we probably want to pause. So I'll pause after each slide to see if there are any questions. That way we can keep the conversation going. And I did want to start by thanking the Budget Advisory Committee for their work and for the 2 board members who sat on the committee. This has been a really hard decision for everyone, but as Matthew said, it's necessary. So we'll start with a current year budget outlook. We'll move on to the Budget Advisory Committee, then the recommendation they made, and options to move forward with our parcel taxes. All right. I wanted to start the conversation. We've had a lot of meetings discussing the budget. We first brought the budget to the board June 26th. That showed that in next fiscal year, we needed to cut at least $5 million. Shortly after that, we had a board study session where we brought forward the resolution affirming that at least $5 million. At that time, we also made current year cuts. And I think we're starting to see there's been so many actions that have taken place, they're starting to get confusing. So I know we've received a lot of emails recently. People were under the impression that we needed to eliminate $3 million. It has always been $5 million. We often talk about needing to maintain 3% minimum reserve. And then when we talked about the current year, the cuts that we made at the beginning of the year, that included the reading specialist, that was because we had almost $1 million of salaries that we needed to add to the current year budget. And at that time, our federal funding was frozen, and we didn't know if we would even be receiving the funds from the year before. So we've continued to move forward with the $5 million. As Matthew said, our budget outlook from the county has changed, and I'm going to present a little bit more information to show why the budget advisory moved forward with just over $6 million instead of the initial $5 million. All right. The last budget update that I brought to the board was December, and this is just a snapshot of our multi-year projections. You can see that for fiscal year 26-27, which is next year, we show that we will be reducing our budget by $5 million. What I want to point out with this slide is even with the $5 million reductions, if you look at our change in fund balance right before that, we are still deficit spending, the planned deficit spending in next fiscal year of $2.3 million. A lot of that we are spending down restricted and one-time funding, but this shows that we are moving into a true structural deficit where even when we are looking for cost savings, we are not balancing our budget. As part of a cost savings measure in this year, in about October, we did go to the board as cabinet and the superintendent and asked the board to implement a hiring freeze in this year or to hold off on hiring any positions that we deemed, I don't want to say not necessary because that is not the case. We've only been moving forward with positions that we needed to maintain for compliance and legal reasons. Everything else has been frozen. These hiring freezes represent temporary reductions for this fiscal year only. Some of the frozen positions are reflected later in this presentation as options for permanent reductions beginning in next year, and I will point those ones out as we discuss them. And I also wanted to point out that the work has been deliberate, transparent, and ongoing from the Budget Advisory Committee. As Matthew alluded to earlier, when we presented first interim to the board, we gave ourselves a positive certification, knowing that we planned on making the $5 million in reductions in January and February. The timeline has been in our original resolution, which was 2526-01. It wasn't until about a month after we adopted this resolution that the county wrote us a letter that they wanted to see a different timeline. They wanted to see what reductions we were going to make by first interim. And from August until we would have had to make that decision in November, there was no way for us to be able to build into our multi-year projections what those positions were. So we still self-certified under Ed Code. We do have a plan in place that we technically do have a positive budget, but the county office did override that decision, and they have made that because we have not identified what the positions are. So as we go through tonight, passing the resolution reaffirming that we need to make the cuts, in February, Jason will bring forward, the Assistant Super of Human Resources will bring forward the resolution and the PKSs on the specific positions that will line us up. And in our second interim, which will come back to the board by March 15th, I believe our March board meeting is around the 10th. We then will build in the specific positions into our multi-year projections, and that should put us back in a positive certification. All right, were there any questions or anything that we needed to add on kind of where we've started the year with the budget? For anyone? Okay. All right, moving on to the Budget Advisory Committee. This is the makeup of our voting committee. We have 3 PFT members, 3 CSEA members, 3 site administrators, 3 community or parent members, and 1 classified administrator. The goals and objectives of the committee was charged with developing guiding principles and identifying at least $5 million in reductions. Recommendations were aligned with district goals, the LCAP, and student needs. We talked a lot about that all recommendations are advisory and subject to board approval. We met multiple times between October and January. Several of the meetings were joint sessions with LCAP advisory, and the later meetings were limited to voting members only to be able to finalize the recommendations. As part of the next steps is our meetings will continue. The voting members will develop and prioritize a list of positions to be restored if future budget or funding conditions allow. So the original hope was when we brought forward this list tonight that we could also bring forward the list of the positions that they would like to bring back and in the order that they would like to bring them back. And time did not allow, and we didn't want to rush that conversation, but we will be able to bring that forward at one of the February meetings with the goal of knowing that likely a lot of these decisions won't be able to be made until May or even June once we see what next year's budget is. We also do have some restricted one-time funding that we have received in this year. We've talked a little about it, our learning loss recovery block grant that needs to be built into our LCAP in order to spend it next year. We also have our student support block grant that only a small amount is going to be spent in this year. So as at Budget Advisory, we also talked a lot, and you'll see in a further slide where we constantly talk about, you don't use one-time funds for things that eat and breathe because then you're in this situation. But also when you're given very restricted and one-time funding, we don't want to just buy whole bunch of paper or new furniture that is eventually going to become obsolete and we're going to throw away. So I think it's about having a plan on using our most restricted dollars first and knowing that if we decide to pay for something that's been charged to our general fund, our unrestricted fund, say we can get 2 years out of a restricted funding, we write that into our plan and into our budget, knowing that that could be 500,000 to $1 million of cost savings of the general fund to help build up the reserves when that funding goes away, but clear guidelines on, is this a temporary position? If it truly is a temporary position because we're using one-time funding, then that should come up as part of the layoffs each year. And then if you have one more year of temporary funding, you bring it back. Or clear in the budget for 2 years, we are going to charge this to restricted funding. On year 3, in our multi-year projections, this is a necessary position. You now see it in our unrestricted, and it's about building out that framework and that map. So it's clear to everyone. And then as things change and evolve, we have the background and the timeline and where we came from in order to make sure, because it did, even last year and the year before, this is my third budget advisory, it starts to get confusing on, it was temporary funded, it was COVID. Well, we brought it back and we used this other, it's hard to track. So I think that having a deliberate plan, so we will be bringing plans forward that will use restricted dollars, which right now, I think there are a lot of questions in budget advisory because it's a lot of like, we can't use restricted funding for this, but there is a time and a place. Sorry, I was using my hands and lost my clicker. So, all right. So our voting protocols was we needed to make sure to set the quorums simple majority, that we had at least 7 of our 13 members must be present. I would like to point out that all of our members were present for the last voting meeting, so that was good. Our voting threshold, we always strived for super majority, which was a 2/3 vote, to ensure that we had broader consensus. And this year, all of our voting was done open voting by a raise of hands. I think I look back to my first year here when Jason and I ran budget advisory, and the first vote was done as a closed straw vote. I think that shows quite a few of the members. This is our 3rd year doing it together, and the trust and partnerships that we've all built, that we were able to have these conversations, and everybody in the room felt safe in order to speak up and that their voices could be heard. And everybody was collaborative through the conversations. This is a slide of positions. I know we often talk about keeping it as far from students as possible, and we've made every effort over the years to do that. And we're getting to the point now where, coming from the facilities, food service, transportation side, I do generally make the argument that all of our positions are about students. If we don't have payroll, we can't pay our staff who are in front of students. If we don't have food service, we can't feed our students. But this does highlight positions that had originally been added with the one-time funding that were really centered around the whole district and the district needs, that have gone away over the years. The other things on there are the reductions of the the reading specialists that were made in this fiscal year, and the district student in attendance specialist that was, we had that position became vacant in December, and we knew that it was a position that we could live without at the district office. That was a shared position between technology and business services. So that was eliminated in this year to help with some of the cost savings for this year. All right, were there any questions on the budget advisory or the committee meetings? Okay, great, thank you. this is just a broad calculation that we used until we make the actual reductions. Our salary schedules are very broad in our ranges, so we don't know the actual costs. So these are just basic calculations that we use to make the estimates. Another reason why the Budget Advisory Committee felt like getting above, it was very important to get above the $5 million is we don't know the actual cost savings until we implement the reductions. All right. As we get started, this information was shared as a part of a community update. I did have a mistake on that. There was a mistake on the slide that I had created, which is where the community information came from. So I do want to point out that the reduction in maintenance and operations, it was actually at 500,000, not 400,000. And that does bring the total to just over $6.1 million. So what we will discuss, each group will represent a slide. We have to discuss this evening: remaining one-time funds, restructuring alternative education, reduce site funds, restructure the 7-period bell schedule, reduce maintenance and operations, eliminate the contribution to the parcel tax, and other considerations. Every item on this list, except for the other considerations, did reach super majority. The other considerations did reach majority. All right, so I will get started with the remaining one-time funded positions. This did have super majority for $2.1 million. This includes 9 FTE of student advisors, 1 FTE nurse. You will see the nurse later on in our slides when we discuss the parcel tax. Originally, the goal was to charge it there, that when the nurse was brought back last year, our parcel tax did not bring in the revenue that we anticipated. So it's shown on this slide still as a one-time remaining, and the amount will not be counted later on. We really wanted to make sure that we didn't double count everything. That's why you'll see some changes to the amounts over when this came to the study session. This includes a reduction of our 2 assistant principals at our K-8 schools, 1 school psychologist. We did meet earlier today in cabinet, and one of the hard things is originally for the school psychologist specifically, it was added with one-time funds during the pandemic, and now we run into the needing to, we have mandates and timelines and minutes that we need to meet. So we are working with special services to make sure that this is a cut, the psychologist specifically, that truly can be made at that reduction. So we may, when we bring it back to the board, that one may look a little different. There is a remaining COVID funded LMFT. Originally, when we brought this forward to the board, we had 38 secondary sections, but we've now, you'll see tonight that we have eliminated secondary sections here in the one-time remaining funded positions as part of restructuring the bell schedule. And again, as part of the parcel tax, that we were worried that we were cutting too many sections and then they would not be able to actually schedule the students appropriately. So this was reduced to 28 sections specifically in the one-time funded positions. This includes a district office receptionist and the VAPA-TOSA position. So I'll stop here for conversation.
I just want to say, I know the BAC didn't come up with a full list of things that we wanted to bring back, but we did talk about student advisors and reading specialists as two things we wanted to bring back. I would also like to see if we can get the Petaluma Health District to help us keep our nurse. I don't know if that's possible, but I think they've got plenty of money. They can help.
So when we had our sacred cows, mine was the LMFT, so I'm surprised to see it up there. And I know I talked with you, Matthew, like if it got us over the 5 million, then we could keep it in the reductions, but since we're above the 5 million, why is it still there? As being reduced. And I know we had talked about a potential other funding source for the LMFT, but I thought that would, we had like our sacred cows at the previous board meeting.
So this is I think we talked after about, this is the one-time, these are the one-time funded positions. So.
I think as part of the, and I don't want to speak for the two board members that were on the committee, but we did talk a lot about, we really used the board study session as a basis for our conversations moving forward. And their question was asked, like if anything ended up on the list, because further down the line, when we get to the parcel tax, there were more than one options that didn't necessarily align. With that, it sounded like maybe the board would be open to discuss. We were over the $5 million. The positions that are still brought forward, specifically the one-time funded, I think the will of the committee is, as I said earlier, it is getting really confusing on what is considered one-time funded positions anymore. So the thought is that they felt, I will say that there was consensus on this specific slide. It was one of a few that we had full consensus that anything that is called one-time funded needs to be removed from the budget, and then our list of what is going to be brought back as part of the general fund. And so it's no longer one-time funded positions, because I think anybody whose position is on this list, I mean, this is a list it's coming up over and over, that like at what point does it just become part of the budget? So I think unfortunately that we didn't get to finish the conversation about the list of what is going to be brought back. That would have been ideal, because I'm pretty sure that the LMFT is on that list, would be on that list. We haven't voted, but.
Well, why were we asked if it's just, up there anyway? That's my question, Superintendent Harris.
So when we talked about this, Jan, remember you,
And I said, if we needed to get above the 5 million, then keep it up there, but we're at 6 million. So that's my question. Just a question, just wondering.
I think
Might have got all
when
our
we,
sacred cows. We all have our sacred cows. I don't have one.
My sacred cow is the arts.
No, you're like 5.
Well, that's true.
You wanted to keep everything, not just one. That's all. I'm just voicing my.
I think we want to keep everything as well. Let's
We
not
wanna
just,
keep- I wanna keep everything.
Give Ellen the credit.
But what I'm saying is, we had a very specific conversation. That's what
Yes.
I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Three
On
of
this
us.
slide right here.
Right, and the majority of people said they wanted the
Mhm.
LMFT to stay.
So I would just ask that we
And
find
I thought
another
it was-
funding source.
not to change it from LMFT to a lower,
Yeah,
guidance
and then I went
level.
back and watched the recording to make sure I said I want to keep the LMFTs.
So
We can roll back. the
this is,
tape.
so this is the first view of it. So if that's what you want, then
So what I would ask, maybe I'm jumping ahead, is I would ask, because I am going to ask eventually, how are we going to prioritize what we can bring back? So we just hope that we could prioritize this. And we have other things as well I would like for us to prioritize bringing back when we have the funding. I also know that we have the, oh my God, what is it called? The Medi-Cal reimbursement money, that we could potentially use that. But I don't know if that's already earmarked for something else, since that is generating dollars.
That's a great question.
Yeah, so I think, and this will come up again, in a later slide about looking at, and as I said earlier, we know we have restricted funding that, I'm, without looking at the learning loss recovery block grant, actual language, I'm pretty sure the LMFT position would qualify for that. I do know the student support block grant, it does qualify for that. So I think that's what tonight we're looking for the direction to of like what what should we be looking at and you spend your most restricted funding first, right? So that's also how you build up your unrestricted funds. But absolutely and we're not, how it's going to be prioritized, we have not had that discussion yet as budget advisory, just knowing having to make really hard decisions. As Matthew said, this one I think was really hard for people knowing that this was one-time funded and at some point we have to put an end to rolling things forward without showing what funding is going to be. The student and I don't want to list because we've heard they're all important and I don't want to say anything right now because I don't want anybody to think any of those positions are less important than the other. But I think definitely we'll take note and when we bring a plan back, and I will take this to budget advisory, chances are they're all watching this. If they're not here, they're watching at home too. That's been the great thing about this committee is their commitment to the work we're doing. So we can bring back with our restricted funding.
Can
a
we
plan.
move the nurse into the Medi-Cal restricted funding? Would that fit in there?
I thought we looked at it last year and it did not qualify. I will double check. I'm not going to put anybody on the spot tonight. Okay. Yep.
Oh, sorry. Can I speak? Okay, so I am not a tax-paying American yet. I am only 17, so excuse me if my vocabulary in some of this is incorrect. But I am 17 and I do know what it's like to be a high schooler, especially a high schooler with a chronic illness. Without the nurses, especially Nurse Kristen, I would have not passed my junior year. I missed 5 consecutive months of high school, but because of her, with my 504, she helped me put together, making teachers so accommodating to me. With her introducing me to the home to hospital program, I was able to take tests from home when I wasn't feeling well and when I was at my weakest. And so because of her and because of all the nurses that work so hard in our district, I was able to be sitting here today and on track to graduate for high school. So if we can, I know that the budget committee, it's very hard to make these decisions, but if you can try some way to incorporate this into the budget. There are so many other high schools with complex chronic pain issues just like me, and I would hate to see them struggle and potentially fail high school. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica, and for highlighting. I think everyone knows my opinion on the nurse position from last year. It's a top priority for myself to retain. School safety, parents feeling comfortable for dropping their kids off at school, and ensuring that they will have health professionals to take care of them is just top of mind. And it's, I think, one of our good calling cards. We talked about how their districts are like, I think more than double the amount of students per nurse, which is just awful. Many of the awful things that happen in California funding situations. But I wanted to kind of, Matthew, I don't know if you touched quite on a couple different things. You started on special education, how much money the district is paying now, $7 million a year. And can you describe a little bit on the growth on that? And like, I think when this federal government initially passed, the federal legislation on special education, they promised 40% of the funding, and now they provide less than 10%. So it really has been kicked to the school districts, and the state has picked up a little bit of the tab, but it is like 70% the school district now.
My point was that school district, we're $7 million contribution out of our general fund to help fund special education, which we have about approximately 17% of our students are students with disabilities. So we have an IEP. My point was that we're being asked to do so much as school districts to fund everything and be the mental health supports and the school, the nurse. I mean, there's so many things that schools are being asked to do where my point was we're not being appropriately funded to do all those things.
Well, I
If the
think
question, go ahead.
yeah, I think it's that, but it's also not only like inflation on
Sure.
just like everyday costs, just like at home, like the school district has seen increasing costs to supplies, food, go on, but it's also one of the biggest growths in our spending has been on special education in recent years. I think the average in the state is about 12 to 13% of students. You said we're 17%. So that is something that we again need to, I think, take a hard look at to kind of like figure out how do we, prevent, I think, or stop the growth on that cost item, because that's going to continue to put pressure on their overall budget. I also want, when we were looking at this, like in November, the state LAO's office had a much more dire picture, or on the state budget. The governor's budget is much more neutral.
It
So
did,
that
yeah.
is good news. We still have to wait for the May revise, and so this is why I think you are being extra cautious with recommending 6.12 in cuts, or 6.12 in cuts, that then we can back or like take
Exactly.
back once we have the updated numbers, right?
Yes, and I want to. There's also, and Amanda's going to get to a slide that shows our spending right now and getting ourselves out of structural deficit spending, which was also part of the impetus from budget advisory to say we work as quickly as we can to get out of deficit spending, to get into start to accumulate the reserves that we need. Right now we have state minimum is 3% reserves. We were hovering right at 3% this last summer. We're now at about 4%. Really, we should be between 8 and 10% reserves. So
Yeah, that will come back, or not come back. It is
does that answer the
night.
question or no?
If it's not 10:30 by the time we get to discussion, we will be discussing it tonight. It's not part of this presentation. It's
Okay.
it's next.
I
Yeah.
also, I read the good news and then I thought about it and I thought, do I trust our governor to really be an education governor and fulfill those promises and not keep deferring the Prop 98 guarantee so I don't, it would be wonderful, absolutely fabulous if we got the money he is saying he's going to give us, but I don't know if I trust him.
I don't really want to get into next fiscal's year actual budget, but I do want to remind everyone that we are still seeing deferrals in this fiscal year.
State
The-
deferrals.
The state deferrals, in his January budget, they will be paid back still in next fiscal year. So though the picture is looking a little, I feel like this is every January. Every January, you're like, we're on the uptick, and then we get to May revision and it's like doom and gloom. Like this has been the last 4 years. So I think that's why working with budget advisory, we have a plan. The goal is to have a plan that you will, as a board, approve of things that we can bring back once we see what the actual budget is, and not to keep bringing up the federal government. But there's that, like, what is funding going to look like next year? I do want to point out, we've not seen any changes to our allocation since before the government shut down. They've not updated current year. So we don't even know what we're receiving this year for the federal government, which is really unfortunate because we've spent half of what we think we're going to get because we're in January. So there's that piece of it too. So I think having the list, making the hard decisions now, having the list of what we would like to bring back. Is there additional restricted money funding? Are there new grants available that can we leverage our community partners to offset the cost of things? I think is really the way to go right now, and focusing on making sure everything else we talk about later on, everything we talk about, the educational pieces. I know we'll be bringing board policies and talking about courses and field trips. If The state comes in because we have a qualified or negative budget. None of that matters. When people leave their positions, it doesn't matter if they're close to students or not. It doesn't matter if the director of HR or a student special services says, no, we have to have that for our minutes. A hiring freeze becomes a hiring freeze when FCMAT is involved. And like, this isn't like a scare tactic, but we're seeing it in other districts in our county. We're seeing it in Lincoln Valley. We're seeing it in Santa Rosa. Like everything that we're discussing is to not get there. When you look at Sonoma County versus other counties and the proportion of districts that are qualified or negative, it's odd. Sonoma's not a very big county, and we have there's only 20 districts at first before first interim. There were only 20 districts in California that were qualified. So Sonoma Valley, Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa's negative.
Well, they're negative now. Yeah, negative now. Lincoln Valley and potentially our district. If there's 20, there are 4 right there. And it's a very big state. We have over 1,000 school districts in California. So I think like that, we have to look at that.
Also, as far as special ed goes, the mandate, the federal government's mandate is to pay 40%. They have never paid their mandate, but yet we have to support our special needs kids. We don't have a choice, nor would I want to not support them. So it's kind of, it's always been that way. I'm
Mhm.
not saying it's right, but you know, if the federal government paid their bills.
Guess for another war first. The last thing is, Minnie, you said that the secondary sections was initially recommended at 38. So why 28? Why not 29? Why not 30? Why not 27? Why 28 versus some like again somewhere between 28 and 38?
So the original 38 was a calculation that we used to come up with. And then the way we got to 28 is once we started looking at the compounding, when you see the reduction of the 7-period bell schedule, we were doing quick calculations on we have class loads that we need to maintain and just so it is a rough estimate that we came up with just to make sure that we weren't reducing too many sections, knowing that once we actually, and we do not have our enrollment yet for next year. We have our enrollment projections at this point. So knowing that as we do our calculations, the goal is to continue to look for cost savings as we do them.
So my concern is that if we are too cautious on this front, then we don't have, again, like the wiggle room like that we're trying to create everywhere else. You know, we're asking a lot out of our elementary schools. They're losing a lot of positions and they already have lost a lot of positions. And so I want to make sure that we have maximum flexibility at our secondary sites. Again, if there is enrollment shifts or again, a new calculation comes in and goes, okay, actually it'd be nice to cut 30 positions, but we haven't, again, pink slipped someone in February. So I just want to put that for consideration. But I think, again, more flexibility on that. If your initial projection was 38 and we went all the way down to 28, then again, totally we'll backfill it, you know, once we have the updated numbers, but I think we should have the secondary sites also, you know, fully on the chopping block.
So
I agree, actually.
Yeah, I do too.
I would say that they are. You'll see at later slides. We're also reducing the 7-period, restructuring the 7-period bell schedule. There on the parcel tax, there have been teachers historically charged to the secondary there too. The thing is when we look at each thing individually, yes, we could do 38 from here. We could have 500,000 cost savings here. We can reduce these 3 teachers. But when you do it all, they intersect. Like you're starting to count things twice. And the last thing we wanted to do was to bring forward $5 or $6 million. And then once we start doing our enrollment, saying, wait a minute, actually, this is only a $4 million cost savings because now we cannot, it's too late to make the eliminations that we need to make. One of the plans that we are moving forward with, because the secondary is so hard anyways with all the credentialing and stuff like that, for the initial eliminations, we have a plan to take, I'm just going to make something up. This is not the plan, but if it was 2 FTE English teachers, our plan on our initial is to bring forward 3 FTE because we're also running up against timing issues. We needed to take the time as budget advisory to have these conversations over months. We have to hit these February, March deadlines so HR can do their piece of it. At the same time, we need direction from the board, this direction from budget advisory from the board in order for us to, we have not even started giving the sites allocations for sections, which I believe we opened enrollment, right? Like generally we give section allocations in December. So that's where the conservative approach for this specifically is coming from. The last thing we want to do is bring these forward and then have to say, actually, we had to increase all of these. And then we're looking like, I think speaking, probably for everybody in this room, the first horrible thing we had to do was make current year cuts in July. And unfortunately, at that time, because of the way we had hired our federally funded positions, we could not lay off or eliminate. We had to do anything that we could give. We had vacancies in. Well, that's really how the reading specialist happened, is since they were elementary, we had vacancies. They were able to be moved in. We don't want that to happen again. The hiring freeze that we have in current year, the amount of time that we spend every week trying to determine if a position can be frozen or we have to move forward, the energy that it is taking the executive cabinet team and talking to other people involved, it is starting to like run our days. We can't keep living in this and the uncertainty if we do not cut enough sections at the secondary, is that will be next year. And that's our fear. So that's how we came up with the conservative approach to the sections, knowing we give an allocation. It is a formula as soon as we know our enrollment. And there are no more extras. So that's where those came from.
Amanda, one thing I kept forgetting to ask is how are 28 secondary sections one-time funded positions?
Great questions. So the one-time funded, and I know we've talked a lot about COVID and so we're trying to get away from the COVID funded language. So there were additional sections added during the pandemic with one-time ESSER funding. We've had numerous, specifically, we've had some CTE grants that have ran out over the years and they just rolled into the general fund. We continued to pay for them out of unrestricted when the grants went away. We also have carried forward intervention and other, which had historically been charged to federal funds. And over the years, you can see a decrease to our federal funds. Should I be talking? We've lost 2 of our board members. Okay.
She's right there.
Sorry.
She's standing there.
Like, we've lost federal funding and we didn't eliminate the positions. So that is how all of these positions have rolled into the general fund. Another piece of it is over the years, we've seen changes to what has been allocated to our parcel tax. The amount we receive in our parcel tax has not increased, though our salaries increase annually. So that is kind of where all of these one-time funded positions have come from.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I hear what you're saying about being cautious, but then also I think what Ryan is alluding to, I don't know, is when I look at like the SARCs, which are supposedly coming up later tonight, some of the like I'm looking at CASA for 24-25 and it's looking at average class sizes of like 19 and like almost 50 sections with less than 22 students. And so if we have like I just don't want us to continue having these like all these sections that are not full. So I think that's
Yep.
where I'm a
So,
little bit cautious about
the
that.
SARC is information from last year. We did cut already sections in current year over last year, but we are seeing that, one of the things that we keep talking a lot about and not only at the secondary, at the elementary too, that we really need to do differently. And we talked about it at the study session, is that we need to staff to our enrollment. I think that's tricky at the secondary. I think I said in budget advisory, well, we could just make every student take Math 1 each year and we could fill those classes, right? Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. But knowing that we've eliminated it as many of these additional sections as possible, and what is coming forward as part of the 7-period bell schedule you'll see maybe tonight, is that it is freshmen and sophomore take all 7, and juniors and seniors are offered 6 and 7. So until we know what we're taking, there's that piece of it too. So that's really the unfortunate piece of it when you're looking at staffing, that it all fluctuates. And like I said, the last thing we wanted to do was bring forward, here's $7 million. And oh, actually it's only 4, because the way the high school we do staff, we will need to do the bell schedule, is we do live in a world where I might come back and say, actually, we were able to save 2 FTE, or we were not able to configure the classes this way. We need to add a couple of sections. And once that work starts on enrollment, we will be able to have a better estimate of that. But I think at this point, this goal and the presentation tonight is to get us over to start the process of the eliminations, and knowing that we can list more than, and also make sure we make it to the $5 million mark. I feel like I only answered half of that though. Went down.
No, as long as we're sure that they're not going to be that we don't have
yes,
too
thank
many
you.
sections. Like I know 2 years
Yes.
ago there's a master schedule issue,
Mhm.
and just want to
Yeah.
be sure.
Yeah, it's something that we're all hyper aware of, definitely at the secondary. We've talked a lot about the elementary. In previous years, we would see a waiting list. I'll just say, is there an elementary teacher here so I can use you? What, McNear? No. Okay, McNear. We're going to use McNear. So say we have 2 5th-grade classes at McNear and they did all of their enrollment, and Bree comes to me. She's like, Amanda, we have 2 5th-grade classes, but we have 22 5th graders on our waiting list. In previous years, that might have been enough for us to open a class. Well, unfortunately, they were on the waiting list at 4 other schools too, and it turns out they didn't actually 11 of them came, but we've had a teacher. So like we've also seen that at the elementary. You see it at a couple of our schools. So that's something else. Like it's a district. It's not just at our secondary during the sections, but we're well aware of, as we look at staffing for this year, that we really could tighten up district-wide our staffing for cost savings.
So, it is 10:10. Okay. Our board policy is that we end our meetings at 10:30.
Okay.
And so, so I was just wondering, I definitely want to get through this. I mean, we have to get through this. And so I was just wondering how much longer, and then we need to decide, we can extend it to a specific time, or we can finish this by 10:30.
So
And then and then we'll add a meeting. We would have to add a meeting.
Yeah,
It's
so
all-
I think we either have to add a meeting, either have to add a special meeting.
Yeah.
Or if there's a majority of the board who votes to extend this meeting until a specific time, we can go past 10:30, you could say till 11, till 11:30, whatever, or we add another meeting. It's up to a majority of the board.
My brain's getting really full.
Well, yes,
Yeah,
I agree.
Just, yeah, we've been at this since 4 o'clock,
Yeah.
by the way.
And I just, do we agree though that we need to get through the budget?
Yes, I do think that's
And
a
so
good,
if
yeah.
we finish that, then it would just go to Ed Services, you're off the hook for tonight, maybe. And then discussion, and then future business. We could do it next week. And it
So-
would just
Okay,
be a
so-
short meeting,
okay,
like 5
yeah.
o'clock.
What I hear is on the remaining one-time funds, you would like for us to make sure that the 28 can't be higher. When budget advisory meets again, it.
Oh, no,
sound-
no, I
Oh.
was, I mean.
Oh, okay.
I think it's, again, like, if
Okay.
we need to cut
Yeah.
34, or like potentially up to 34, we should list 34, like, just, and again, like, prepare for, I don't know what it is, but like, let's be,
On the staffing side of it.
right.
We are planning on doing that. Great to do it on the staffing side. We just don't want to do it on
I
the.
get what you're
Perfect.
saying, yeah.
Okay. And
That
then,
makes sense.
okay, for,
Imaginary cost savings.
yes.
Which would be nice, yeah. Are you looking for any, like Matthews had last meeting, sacred cows to be removed from the one-time funding list right now? Or do we have that conversation later with the ad back?
Sounds like that was already denied, so we're just gonna move on, I think.
I think we need to have that conversation.
Maybe at the
Now-
second meeting.
Yeah. I mean, I think for clarity, I would love to get through all of this. We're all tired, but I think if there's conversation, I don't want to rush through everything and then come back to things. I think it starts getting confusing. So if there was more conversation on these specific, I would prefer if there was anything else now. So
So I'm sorry.
Sorry, we went off
where
the
we
rails for a
left
minute.
this. So
So I
we're
think
not
we're
going to
looking,
discuss keeping the MF,
I think
the
we're looking for other
MFP
funding.
Yeah,
until,
I think we're eventually gonna get to talking about, like finding another funding.
funding
source
another,
for that.
but for
position.
tonight, for this.
And maybe
particular-
potentially for other ones.
Yeah.
If they fit
Okay.
within
All right.
specific, yeah.
So we can live with the list knowing that specifically looking for other funding for the LMFT, potentially the nurse, and then there are other conversations that budget advisory is already having. I'm just not going to list them all right now.
Yeah, and I want to be
Okay.
clear also, so we
Yeah.
are cutting over $1 million more than, like, let's say, like, the neutral, funding scenario from the state, that we were expecting. Because our goal was to cut $5 million. So we're cutting more than that. And an abundance of caution, because we still don't know what's happening in the state, and we still have, like, a lot to find out, and whether there's gonna be an
Yeah.
AI bust that's gonna then freak out the state in a couple of months, other things. But I do want to say, if there is, again, and we're in a neutral, what the governor just proposed, funding scenario of, again, where we would likely then need to cut about 5 million. Like, my thought, I would want to add back as many of these positions, in particular at the elementary school sites, as possible. So that's just, I wanted to make sure that's clear to folks who are listening in, and to the parents and teachers and staff, that this is gonna be an ongoing conversation. This is not like, we're not done. These are not like official at the 6.1, but we do need an abundance of caution in order to meet our statutory requirements to recommend or have these on the chopping block.
Well, also, I mean, at 3% reserves, what does that cover? 1 month? of?
Not even,
So,
not even a month
it's about half of our payroll, not even half of our payroll.
for 1
So
month?
for 1 month. So if everything were to freeze and we needed to use our cash on hand, we would not meet payroll. So probably that whenever the next meeting is, we'll be talking about the reserve policy. I do want to point out the reason why the original resolution said at least $5 million is because that was a snapshot in time on that day. Our current year budget has greatly changed, and if you compare the multi-year projections from budget adoption to first interim, like there are changes to that too. So the 5 million was a starting target, and I think that's the other reason why we want to be super careful about not being right at it. There's a lot of potential expenditures in this year that are not currently built into the budget that could still happen. Emergencies, negotiations, we have frozen salaries that we may not be able to. So anything that is increased in this budget automatically increases it into next year, meaning that $5 million is also still a target that way because we have to maintain the minimum amount. The other piece of it too, I think what budget advisory felt too is like, we've been so focused on this year, and the $5 million for next year, that only puts our reserves, we're still only in the 4% at that. And we need to maintain higher reserves than that. It's undetermined of at least 8 to 10%. Districts our size go up to 17%. Not recommending that, but the only way to get there is to spend less than you're bringing in. And every $1 million of savings in year one is 3 million in 3 years out. So I think that was the other piece of it too, as hard as it is to make all of these cuts. If we stick to just $5 million, if everything remains the same, we're right back here next year discussing additional millions of dollars of cuts, as hard as that is to hear that. And I'm not saying that we cut it all today and be done with it, but this ongoing stress is very stressful. All right. Are we okay to move on to no? Is that, okay. All right. The next slide is restructuring alternative education. This slide does look a lot different from when it came to the board study session. I want to point out that this category reflects potential restructuring rather than the elimination of any of our programs. The savings shown are based on staffing adjustments across multiple roles. There is an existing task force that is currently meeting to review alternative education programming details. They are the committee will make the recommendations to the board. So what we did here was because what we heard was putting up the calculation of $800 to $1 million felt not only impossible, but it was really hard to wrap around. So what we did was we looked at if some of the programs reduced, and potentially we could have a cost savings. We already had built into multi-year projections. I had spoken about this at the study session, to staffing our independent study closer to contract. So we knew that we could potentially go down to teachers, possibly. So that's why the multi-year on number one, it's 500,000, but a reduction 310, knowing that we could reduce 4 teachers. We have alternative education sites that have 2 people in the office for schools that are at under 60. So knowing that we could go down on our classified staffing, the same with student advisors and custodian, in reducing a career center specialist and a bilingual program clerk that does maintain at least one full-time office manager. And then the other piece of it is it looks like there's the potential to have a reduced number of students next year. And eliminating a certificated administrator when we look at the total number of students between all 4 programs versus the administrators at our other sites. So that is where the numbers came from. And so that task force is meeting on Thursday.
So this is with a restructuring in mind, not just the way that it is structured right now.
Correct.
But it's with a restructuring in mind.
Yes.
In order for these reductions to happen.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay. Just to be clear about that.
Yeah.
We're just not cutting 4 positions
No,
the way that it is now.
no,
Okay.
correct. And we're at 663,000 instead of the 800,000 to $1 million. Yep. And that this is reducing site allocations by 25% rather than, right now we have kind of different pockets. We had talked about eliminating athletics or potentially field trips and things like that. The recommendation of the committee, and there were site administrators on there, was taking the total amount, reducing it by 25% and letting them decide what pockets they want the remaining site discretionary funds to be in. Restructuring the 7-period bell schedule. This is one that we originally thought that if we weren't reducing in other places, it would be a $500,000 cost savings. We did reduce it for now to $300,000, but this is directly related to contract language and the enrollment. So depending on, because the recommendation from the committee is for 11th and 12th graders to have the option to take 6 or 7 classes. So once we know what that is, if they all opted to only take 5, the cost savings would be $500,000. If every single, never mind, I was going to say if every single student took all 7, there would be no cost savings, but that's not going to happen. So,
Correct. 6 or 7.
oh, sorry. 6 or 7, yeah, sorry. That's why I also have slides up. So when I start talking wrong, sorry guys. We're going to let them all start. Yeah. Okay. So potentially, once we know what the juniors and seniors are going to take, there could be a higher cost savings for this. Reduce maintenance and operations. Give me one second. My computer closed and I don't have my notes. And obviously I need my notes. I cannot be trusted. Okay, I'm going. Okay, these potential reductions focus on operational areas rather than classroom instruction. We are currently reviewing different alternatives with the maintenance and operation staff. We do know that we have a couple areas that we could cut custodians that we have more time than the need at some sites. We do still currently have district-wide 3 floating custodians. The other thing that we're looking at is we currently have 2 district plumbers, and maintenance thinks that we could probably just have 1 for the work that gets done with on campus. Any really big jobs, we don't have the equipment. We have to bring crews in. So by being able to reduce a plumber, we could see savings of more custodians. So that is just been, I met with maintenance and operations today. So looking at that. Okay, the parcel tax contribution. The other thing the committee voted on was to eliminate the district's contribution to the parcel taxes. These are approximate numbers because there is more than one option and they don't all equal question? Sorry, I thought we did that. Oh, this is it for the budget. The next slide would be going on to the title slide for the parcel tax conversation. So this is where this part was going to end.
And Amanda, I think it's really important to point out that you met with every single department and talked about cuts for every single department. So this was not all you.
It was me. No, yeah.
So
Okay.
can I
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
ask,
Yeah.
do we want to schedule another meeting to finish this? So, because if we try to put this all on the next board meeting, I fear that it's gonna be way too much again. So we could look at January 20th, a week from today. Does that work for all the board members? No, doesn't work. How about the 27th? The following Tuesday, the
27th?
27th, does that work for everybody?
Well, I mean, we could do it at any time. It would only be about an hour.
I love your optimism.
Oh, no, an hour and a half?
I probably have between parcel tax and the next discussion, the resolute for budget, I probably am pretty close to an hour between my two things. Sorry.
This is school accountability reports.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And we have a full meeting.
Yeah.
So the 27th, can you guys all check?
I don't have my calendar with me.
5:30, like later, 6
Yeah.
o'clock? We don't have
Let's go for 5:30
5:30?
on the 27th.
Can I have a motion?
I move to have another meeting on the 27th of January, starting at 5:30.
I second.
Okay.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Maddie,
Amanda.
you report out from closed session?
And I have to report out.
Sorry, do you need a vote on this particular motion this evening?
Yes.
Well, wait
I
a
do.
minute.
Oh, no,
No,
we're not done.
We haven't completed it.
So by the end of the month is okay?
Yes,
We're not gonna
yeah.
get in trouble? Okay.
Forgot we were done.
We've done it this room.
Yes, please vote.
All right. I'm reporting out on closed session. Pursuant to Education Code Section 49070, the board unanimously voted to sustain the district's decision with an amendment. Thank you all so much for sticking through this. See you on the 27th.